Labą dieną visiems.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our conference titled Lithuania for Ukraine. It is our third time to organize this conference, and this year we also discuss Ukraine's contribution to Lithuania. First of all, we will have a welcome address. Juozas Olekas, Speaker of the Seimas, is one of the authors of this conference. He initiated it in his capacity as member of the European Parliament. He traveled to Kherson and could see it with his own eyes. He could see the situation, the bombs being blown down on the cities. He spoke to people, to the staff, and he had this first-hand experience. Olekas' new capacity as Speaker of the Seimas, he still remains the author and organizer of this conference and the supporter of Kherson. We're very happy to have him here with us. He will open this conference with his welcome address. Juozas Olekas, Speaker of the Seimas.
Thank you, Milda. I'm not sure if you're informed about interpretations, so please be informed that channel 3 is for interpretation into Ukrainian. So, dear participants of the conference, excellencies, colleagues, dear guests, I'm glad that this conference, Lithuania for Ukraine, Ukraine for Lithuania, is continuing, and that the members of the European Parliament continue to support this initiative of ours. At such a complicated moment in time, when not only the fate of Ukraine, but also the future of security of all of Europe is being decided, it is truly valuable that we have this time to share the experience. The war started by Russia has fundamentally changed the geopolitical situation on our continent and reminded to us once again that freedom, sovereignty, and international law-based order are concepts that are understood by not everyone. Today, Ukraine is defending its territorial integrity and statehood, but at the same time, it is defending the fundamental values of Europe, that is, democracy, human dignity, and the rule of law. Fighters that die on the front line in Ukraine are dying for the freedom of both Ukraine and that of ours. So I would like to invite you to join me in observing a minute of silence in honor of those who fought and died for Ukraine's freedom. Thank you. The title of this conference, I believe, symbolically represents the fact that Ukraine today, fighting for the freedom of Ukraine and ours, is not only the recipient of support, it is also an important partner of ours. The lessons learned in wartime in the areas of civil protection, local government organization, infrastructure protection, public mobilization, and military defense are of great importance to the whole of Europe. No one today knows better than Ukraine how to both live and fight and defend itself. Ukrainian cities and regions, despite the constant attacks, continue to provide vital services, strengthen community resilience, and demonstrate effective institutional functioning in extreme conditions. This experience is truly valuable for Lithuania as well, in terms of strengthening civil security, improving crisis management systems, and increasing public preparedness. Today, security is understood as more than just building up military capabilities. It's about coordination between state institutions, the role of local self-government, civil awareness, and political will. We need to be prepared in advance rather than reacting too late. Preparing during peacetime is the most responsible investment in a secure future of ours. In this context, the responsibility of the whole of Europe is also particularly important. Today, the European Union and NATO are strengthening their common security and defense policy and are investing in resilience, defense industry capabilities, and strategic autonomy. Ukraine is at the heart of these processes as a country whose struggle affirms the vitality of European values and their actual defense. Lithuania's duty, the duty of each and every one of us, is to actively contribute to the decisions that would ensure long-term stability and a clear European perspective for Ukraine. The role of society is no less important. Ukraine's experience shows that the strength of a state comes from the unity of its people. Yesterday evening, we had a chance to speak with our Ukrainian colleagues, and we understood how important the engagement of society is, how the trust of the people in institutions is important. So all of that serves as a lesson for us too, in that we need to strengthen civic education, community initiatives, a culture of volunteering, and public awareness. Resilience starts with the awareness and involvement of every citizen. Lithuania will continue to support Ukraine through political, diplomatic, and practical means. At the same time, we will strengthen our country's resilience and contribute to joint European decisions that would ensure long-term security in our region. I believe that this conference, which has already become a wonderful tradition, will be an important step in deepening our partnership and adopting practical experiences that will help build a resilient, secure, and united Europe. I would like to thank you all for your participation, for this dialogue, and for our joint efforts. Glory to Ukraine.
Dėkui.
Thank you, Mr. Olekas. The support is very important for the Kherson County, and there are many organizations and politicians who bring this support and provide this support, but these are very isolated cases with no continuity, and the Kherson County really values the continuity that you are ensuring, and the head of one of the Hromadas would like to pass some greetings to you.
Підтримка дуже важлива. Дуже важливо знати, що ви поруч. Це дуже таке.
The speaker is not using the microphone.
Ir iš patirties
From my experience, I can say that official acknowledgements and tokens of appreciation on the part of top officials has one meaning, but the word of thanks from the communities is a completely different matter. Now let us move to another welcome address. Dr. Paulius Saudargas, member of the European Parliament. We will hear the recording of his welcome address. Europe is very wide, but still we can be in different places and be heard. Mr. Speaker, head of the Kherson County Military Administration, members of the European Parliament, ambassadors, members of the Seimas, commander of the Rifleman Union, representatives of municipalities, participants, guests, and organizers. The fight goes on. Ukraine is still standing. This is perhaps the best news we can share today about Russia's bloody and unprovoked war against Ukraine. You have heroically endured yet another extremely difficult, if not the most difficult, winter of war. And with spring, the hope will return. Do we understand that you are fighting for the whole of Europe? Yes, we do. Have we in Europe done everything we can to support you? No, we have not. Much more still needs to be done, especially when it comes to America. Trump is not the cause of the new global turmoil. His behavior merely reflects the shifting interests of the United States. We need to understand this, accept it, and prepare accordingly. What did we fail to achieve this past year? Most importantly, we did not succeed in establishing a reparations loan mechanism funded by frozen Russian assets. The aggressor must pay. Almost everyone agrees on this, yet we were unable to persuade the intimidated Belgians. I believe that the European Union will return to this issue as soon as possible and that this time our efforts will succeed. The Commission has finally built a legally sound framework, and it seemed that we were close to consensus. For now, we must settle for the decision adopted by the European Parliament during its plenary session in Strasbourg, a 90 billion loan to Ukraine. This will help Ukrainian state to continue functioning and continue fighting. As a member of the European Parliament's delegation to the Committee on Ukraine's EU membership, I closely follow and support the membership process. Perhaps there may even be room for a flexible approach that allows easy admission. Both Lithuania and the European People's Party fully support Ukraine's accession to the European Union as soon as possible. Lithuania for Ukraine, Ukraine for Lithuania, a simple and powerful expression of friendship. We must give the Ukrainians who are fighting for us everything we can. And at the same time, Ukraine's experience in this terrible catastrophe is invaluable. We constantly ask ourselves what would happen if events took a different turn. I always say, let us follow Ukraine's example. Ukrainians are the only ones who have shown that they can fight and fight effectively against Russia. They possess a full spectrum of expertise needed. The experience of the frontline regions is particularly painful, but also particularly valuable for us. We're honored that the governor and representatives of Kherson have agreed to share their experience. I'm personally grateful for the opportunity to visit Kherson almost 2 years ago. I saw with my own eyes hospitals operating under fire, the challenges facing local authorities and essential services, the lives of soldiers, and even the fortifications through the reconnaissance drone. I thank everyone who contributed to this conference and the broader project, especially the official ambassadors of the Kherson region, Milda and Roman, and the organizations Memorabilis and EU for Kherson. I bow my head to you. Your uninterrupted work, often carried out at personal risk and frequently on the ground in Kherson itself, is extraordinary. Thank you, dear friends, for continuously strengthening the bond between Kherson and Lithuania. Thank you. I extend my sincere greetings and gratitude to Alexander Porokodin, head of the Kherson Region Military Administration. Thank you for your brave fight and for sharing your vital experience tested in blood. Thank you. I also thank the speakers and participants of the conference who agreed to share and learn from one another. Slava Ukraini. Glory to Ukraine.
Kaip europarlamentaras minėjo, jisai taip pat lankėsi
As the member of the European Parliament has also mentioned, he has visited Kherson, and we truly appreciate those who are determined to visit those areas where many volunteers are not willing to visit. The politicians are usually exposed to a safe program on these visits because it is not that easy actually to go to Kherson. Because Ukrainian security services and all other responsible institutions are not that willing to allow access for foreigners in that region. So we're truly happy with the fact that the new generation of MEPs continue with this tradition of these visits, and hopefully this will be continued because this also gives us a chance to learn some practical experience from there. I'm glad that we have Her Excellency Olga Nikitchenko, Ukraine's ambassador to Lithuania, and I believe that this cooperation regarding the sharing of experience will continue.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Seimo of Lithuania, distinguished members of the European Parliament, dear colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Thank you for bringing us together today in the Seimo of Lithuania for the third conference, Lithuania for Ukraine and Ukraine for Lithuania. I am very grateful for your personal participation and for your leadership in this. The title of this conference is very deeply meaningful because it reflects the strategic partnership between our countries, but also a very strong bond between our people. And holding this event here with such a distinguished audience is another clear sign of the Lithuanian support, which Ukraine very much truly values. For the fourth commemoration of the Russia full-scale invasion, we will welcome in Ukraine President Gitanas Nausėda, a parliamentary delegation led by Vice Speaker Victoria Chmilytė-Nielsen, and the representatives of the Global Parliamentary Program United for Ukraine, led by Žygimantas Paviljonis. These solidarity visits are very much important, and they really, take great importance, and they are very much valuable for us. And actually, I would like to say that every nation would wish to have such a friend like we have in Lithuania. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has now lasted longer than the entire 1941-1945 war between the Third Nazi Reich and the Soviet Union. 1,458 days. This is a crazy number, and I cannot bring myself around every time when we count each day of how much time has it been going on. And today, I want to thank all of you who stand with Ukraine, with your hearts, but also with your actions. You support us not occasionally, but always finding practical ways to help Ukraine and Ukrainians. Lithuanians' voice, a very strong voice of freedom and the truth, is clearly heard on the international stage, including in the European Parliament, and it inspires and it guides and it brings people together. And thank you for that. I also would like to highlight the Seimas resolution of the 8th of May of last year on Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and the territorial integrity. And this document is truly unique in the interparliamentary relations between Ukraine and Lithuania. And I would also like to say that very few, and maybe next to none, parliaments have issued this number of the resolutions in support of Ukraine during these 4 years. Lithuania believed in Ukraine's ability to defend itself from the very beginning. Actually, you have given us weapons two weeks before invasion happened, at the time when other states told us, send us the helmets and suggested that we dig the trenches. Lithuania's assistance has always been and has remained comprehensive, from the defense support to the reconstruction, from the restoring of the energy infrastructure to macro-financial assistance, from sanctions policy to the efforts aimed at isolating Russia internationally and ensuring accountability. 4 years of war allow us to make clear conclusions. Ukraine has destroyed the myth of so-called Second Army of the world, and despite Russian propaganda, Russia is not winning this war, and Ukraine is not losing this war. In reality, despite its very vast resources, Moscow has failed to achieve a single strategic objective, and it continues to suffer enormous losses. Since 24th of February 2022, Russia has lost 1,254,450 soldiers, along with a significant number of the military equipment and losses. On average, and this is a fun fact for you, on average, the Russian army pays about 156 soldiers per one kilometer of the Ukrainian land that it occupies. Russia is under severe pressure largely due to the Western sanctions, but yet it continues to function as a wartime state. And its leadership and much of its society still see themselves as an empire. Putin commands an army of around 1.2 million people, planning to expand it up to 1.5. So during just this 1 week, from February 8th to February 15th, Russia launched around 1,300 attack of drones, more than 1,200 guided aerial bombs, and about 50 missiles against Ukraine, mostly ballistic. Nevertheless, during you can imagine what the cost of the war for Ukraine is. As of December 2025, the estimated damages caused by the Russian aggression against Ukraine amount up to $800 billion and counting. Nevertheless, during these years, Ukraine has significantly strengthened its defense capabilities, and today about 60% of the national defense forces equipment is produced domestically. Ukrainian drones industry had expanded rapidly, with more than 500 manufacturers now being open and functioning, and so now over 95% of drones used on the front line are produced in Ukraine. Unable to defeat Ukrainians militarily, Russia tries to freeze Ukrainians into submission by deliberately targeting our energy infrastructure during this winter, and the winter is as harsh as it is here. Hundreds of the residential buildings in Kiev will stay without the heat for the rest of the heating seasons because of these attacks. This is a calculated strategy to leave millions without electricity, water, and heat. So basically, they're just trying to throw us back into the Stone Age. And stable energy support is very essential for Ukrainians' economy, infrastructure, and daily life. And so immediate recovery needs now amount to up to $1 billion. I would also like to talk about humanitarian dimension. About 1.6 million Ukrainian children still remain under Russian control, deported, forcibly transferred, or trapped on the occupied territories. At least 380 Ukrainian children have been placed under so-called temporary guardianship, so effectively it's illegally adopted in Russia. Russia also illegally detained 16,000 of Ukrainian civilians, and more than 95% of the Ukrainian prisoners of war have been subjected to torture. If Russia continues committing these atrocities, and it does, it means that the pressure on it is still not enough. Sanctions are indeed strong and effective, but they must go further. The cost of this war for Russia must continue to rise, and their ability and willingness to wage this war must be broken. For Putin's inner circle and for the Russian society, this war must become obviously senseless, bringing no meaningful gains, but just continuous losses. So that is what will ultimately undermine the Kremlin's legitimacy and its ability to maintain public passivity. European democracies now increasingly understand that Russia's ambitions go far beyond Ukraine and that one day Putin may want to test the credibility of the NATO's Article 5. Today, Ukraine is defending Europe from the horrors of what Russia is bringing. Today, Ukraine gives Europe time to prepare. And God willing, you wouldn't have to fight, and I always say that, I cannot even say that we're happy to share our experience with you, but we share it for you to be ready. But when we do, we sincerely hope that you will never have to use it. Ukraine also, so we also strengthen Lithuanians and Europeans' resilience by sharing our experience on how to keep the state functioning, how to conduct military operations, how to protect civilians, how to maintain essential services, how to ensure that the local governance is functioning and is running under wartime conditions. But this work still continues, and Ukraine still needs assistance, greater, faster, and more predictable. Every channel of Western assistance helps prevent Ukrainian exhaustion. Every new package of support weakens Russia. And defense support through the mechanism, such as Pearl and SAFE, and through the defense coalitions, allowing us not only to defend ourselves, but also to increase strikes against Russian military capacity. Another mechanism and a key security guarantee for us and for Europe is Ukraine's accelerated membership in the European Union. And here we are extremely grateful to Lithuanians' support and them being a champion in advocating for Ukrainians' accelerated membership. And we also see Lithuanian presidency in 2027 as a very great opportunity to advance on our strategic goal and to become the 28th member of the European Union. Let us also recognize that the Ukrainian army today is the strongest army in Europe, thanks to our heroes. And it is simply illogical to keep this army outside of the NATO. And anyway, the actual decision about Ukraine being in NATO or not belongs to the allies and not to Russia and Putin. I would also once again like to underline that support to Ukraine is not charity. It is an investment in our shared security. And it would be deeply concerning to see this, trend in assistance towards going down and reducing, and this must be avoided at all costs. Supporting Ukraine today is far less costly than confronting the Moscow's further ambitions tomorrow. Russia will stop only where it is stopped, and that must happen in Ukraine. Russia still counts on so-called Western fatigue. It tries to exploit fears, bureaucratic delays, political debates, and election cycles in order to weaken transatlantic unity. But the pressure on Moscow does not hinder diplomacy, but it actually enables it. Without the pressure, and we are all seeing it now, Moscow would not move at all. Ultimately, Kremlin must clearly understand that it will not achieve its strategic goal, not in Ukraine, not in Europe, not in the transatlantic space. So how do we do it? Through stable, predictive, and sustainable assistance to Ukraine. This is exactly what will push Moscow towards diplomacy. The time must work against Putin and not for him. So reliable security guarantees are essential for Ukraine and for Europe, and any agreement at the end of the war must be preceded by such concrete guarantees, answering the fundamental question of how do we ensure lasting peace, and most importantly, how do we prevent the renewed aggression. We appreciate Lithuania's contribution and Lithuania's readiness to actually contribute to such guarantees, including support on land and at the sea, and also its commitment to allocate 1.25 GDP annually for the Ukrainians' long-term military support, and its financial contributions to Pearl, Petra initiative, Czech ammunition initiative, and etc. We also value Lithuanians' firm position that justice and accountability should be part of any peace. We highly appreciate Lithuania's efforts to ensure that Russia and its leadership cannot escape political and legal responsibility for the war crimes and for the crime of aggression. And by joining the enlarged partial agreements of the steering committee, Lithuania became the second founding state of the Special Tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine after Ukraine itself. So this is also very important for us. Dear Lithuanian friends, dear Ukrainian friends, dear ambassadors representing the partners and allies, ladies and gentlemen, a strong Ukraine means a stronger Europe and a stronger global security. Peace is not something we wait for. It is something we secure through strength, consistency, and responsibility. Time is not neutral. It either saves lives or it costs lives. This is why time matters, decision matters, action matters, because every hesitation strengthens the aggressor. I thank you for standing with Ukraine. I thank you for believing in us when it most matters. And we believe in you. Russia counts on division. It counts on fatigue. It counts on hesitation. It will get none of it. Because what Russia fears most, it's our unity. And it is our unity that will ruin Putin in the end. Kartu iki pergalės, ačiū labai, in slava Ukraini.
Dėkui vienai.
Thank you, Ambassador. And now I would like to give the floor to another ambassador. In Ukraine, in Kiev, we have a small island of Lithuania where we have our diplomatic service, and it has been working quite successfully. And the predecessors of the current ambassador have been very well appreciated by the local community for their efforts, and I can say that we really feel this gratitude and support when we are in Ukraine and when situations become difficult and we fall in difficult circumstances and we're able to get the support we need. So thank you for that in advance. I would like to give the floor to Inga Stonytė Toločkienė, Ambassador of Lithuania in Ukraine. Thank you for this introduction. I'm very happy to be able to join you remotely after the ceremony of paying tribute to the heroes in Kiev. Today we are in the context of the 4th anniversary of the large-scale war, but the entire Russian aggression has taken since 2014. But first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for this beautiful tradition in organizing this conference, for the solidarity and for daily effortless work in supporting Ukraine and in contributing to the efforts that are not always seen but that can make changes. In terms of Kherson, I'm very happy that Kęstutis Budrys, Minister of Foreign Affairs, is visiting Ukraine and are the only people, high top officials who visited Kherson after its liberation. We are doing our utmost to assist and support Kherson. I'm also very happy about this conference. It is dedicated to the 4th anniversary of the large-scale war, but I'm very happy And I was also very happy to see the title of the conference, because it is another proof that all those people who work in Ukraine can really feel that. I agree with Mr. Speaker of the Seimas, who said that Ukraine is a country that requires assistance and consistent assistance. And I'm very happy about Lithuania's position, not only in terms of the adopted resolutions. Last year, the Parliament of Lithuania adopted a resolution that did not recognize any occupied territories, de jure or de facto, or efforts to occupy or annex the territories of Ukraine by Russia. In addition to consistent support to Ukraine, we see that Ukraine is becoming a country that needs to be visited and seen as a beneficiary of support, but also as a teacher, because with this long-standing aggression, the powers in Europe that believe that this would be a temporary anomaly now turn to understand that Russia is a long-term threat not only to Ukraine but to the entire Europe, and Ukraine is actually the first front line of defense, and especially for countries such as Lithuania. Now, my colleague Olga mentioned, but I will add some more facts on the military dimension. The number of civilian victims has increased by 40% this year. If we compare the statistics between 2024 and 2025, the shelling by drones and missiles has increased threefold, and despite that, Ukraine is still holding on and manages to inspire Europe to change, and to change at a much more rapid pace than before. Russia is moving forward on the front line, but this movement is very disproportionate and very slow, unable to defeat Ukrainian armies. Russia has chosen the means of terrorizing the communities and the civilians beyond the front. The population in Ukraine and the population of Kiev on the left bank of Dnieper are tired. They feel that there's no another alternative than to defend their freedom and their life. And this can be clearly seen what happens to the territories where Russian boots stand on. The peace process has been complicating the situation, and we feel that the pressure is exerted on the victim rather than the aggressor, and it is very difficult to see the framework for the peace, and there are no provisions for the accountability in the context of the peace talks. hopefully the tribunal will be effective in the end. I hope that this complicated situation will make Europe understand that we cannot trust external security guarantees only, and that Ukraine is the defender of the front line and must be included into the common defense structure. Those who advocate for Ukraine's NATO membership recognize well, we have one group of people that support Ukraine in Europe, and we see Russia, a country that is willing to continue the war, and we have one country and one president who can stop the war, and this is US President Donald Trump. And today Ukraine is the country which is defending Europe. Situation is becoming much more complicated because the military industry of Russia is massive. The economy has been working on to help the military build military capacities in Russia, and therefore we need to work hard in order to stay safe and secure. And different representatives from Western countries sometimes sound quite arrogant that NATO will fight a different war, but actually they need to realize that the aggressor or the adversary is the same, and that Ukraine is the source of huge experience. Therefore, today's conference is extremely important, as well as the visits to Ukraine with bringing support and solidarity and willingness to hear and to see this experience, to learn from this experience in terms of the budgetary sphere and others. Despite the war, Ukraine has managed to function effectively. In this context, it is essential that by helping Ukraine, we help ourselves. And I saw that a part of this conference is dedicated to civilian security. It is very important. Last year, we had a package of projects run in Ukraine with the help of Central Project Management Agency, and the number of projects run in Ukraine is 40. And the Central Project Administration Agency is a very valuable partner, and it helps us to prove that we are a reliable partner. And the programs are run at the level of the EU and NATO. The agency has also been invited to join the project on building shelters run by Ukraine and Finland. The experience and shelter projects that have been implemented, shelters that were built underground with the help of Lithuania in Ukraine, means the experience that our institutions have in their hands. It is important that the institutional cooperation and experience that we gain in supporting and helping Ukraine helps us to grow and apply this experience in Lithuania too. I am also very happy that Vaiva will speak in today's conference, because the healthcare sector is one of the best systemic examples of access to the system. Last year, we organized the visit of 3 large Baltic hospitals to Kiev, to other regions, for example, in Chernihiv, and hospitals that work under siege. And thanks to civil society and other institutions, we had 6 missions of medical professionals who went to Ukraine to help Ukrainians working on and fighting on the front line, and to help their colleagues. Our medical doctors are not only helping but also gaining experience in logistics, in organizing the system, and in adopting systemic solutions. I'm very happy that such examples do not remain isolated, that they are being applied elsewhere. There are many other areas that we want to work in. In the context of the destruction of energy infrastructure, we're looking for the possibilities to send engineers to help Ukraine and also learn from Ukraine. But we still are facing some difficulties in terms of insurance. I would like to speak also on municipalities. I'm very happy to see many municipalities that bond with Ukrainian municipalities. Together with the Association of Municipalities, we are considering the possibility of more visits or a wider range of visits in order to discuss the issues that are of interest and importance to our Lithuanian municipalities. In terms of the missions of medical professionals, practical experience, in addition to discussions with Ukrainian doctors and practical involvement and assistance to Ukraine and lessons learned, is something that the embassy is ready to help with. From the beginning of the large-scale invasion, we've seen a certain breakthrough in terms of the policy on Ukraine in Lithuania. And Ukraine is the issue that is being discussed on the sectoral level, not only on top official level, and at all the possible levels and on all possible issues we are ready to assist and to cooperate. In terms of visits, in terms of contacts and bond building, we're ready to ensure that. In the area of defense, we also see some processes, and I'm very happy that these processes have moved along, because Ukraine has a unique experience in this war and in containing Russian measures, be them conventional or hybrid. And Ukraine's experience in different areas, defense industry, civilian protection, and others, is of great value to us. And we also learn from the Ukrainian experience of scaling. And we saw that Ukraine was able to scale its defense industry by 35-fold. And I believe that Ukraine can give us the best recipe on how to expand and to scale our defense industry. We could also join Ukraine and establish some joint ventures in this area. We need Ukraine's support in order to make an impetus on the development of our own defense industry. I believe that Ukraine is not only the beneficiary here, and it should be seen as a possible donor in this area as well. In terms of the defense infrastructure and defense architecture, Ukraine will be an important factor here and will continue to be so in the future. If we think about the future times when the war ends, we could also consider of retaining the Ukrainian army and deploying it to other areas in Europe, but we have to think about possible funding possibilities for that. Unfortunately, in Europe, we do not have a military or a military industry of this scale that Ukraine has. We are assisting Ukraine, but we are also learning from Ukraine and taking over the experience of Ukraine in the area of anti-drone protection and air defense. Last year in Copenhagen, the European informal European Council was held, and the meeting of the European communities, and we saw the attacks, drone attacks on multiple European airports, and the Copenhagen airport was under the protection of the Ukrainian troops during those days, and I'm very happy about that. And I'm very happy that many more countries are beginning to see this importance and value of the experience of Ukraine. We need to teach many more partners on that in the context of the future Ukraine's membership of the European Union. Slava Ukraini, and let us fight for common victory. Thank you.
Ačiū ambasadoriai. Šiek tiek mes pradedame kaip.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ambassador. Well, as it is usual per conferences such as this, we tend to lag behind with our time. Nevertheless, there are still 3 welcome addresses pending from Brussels, starting with Ms. Rasa Juknevičienė. Dear participants of the conference, I'm truly sorry that I cannot be with you in person. I am sincerely grateful for this conference, and not only for the conference itself, but also for all the work that went into it. This is a kind of discussion, a report, announcements, if you will, as to what you plan to do at the conference, but the work itself, the content of all of the activities, All of that has been continuing for several years now. This is simply a wonderful contribution, not only towards Ukraine's victory, but also towards the security of all of Europe. We understand that very well. I would especially like to thank and address Milda, who is both the heart and driving force behind this project, this program, specifically related to the Kherson region, an important part of Ukraine. In the meantime, I would like to say a few words about the fact that it has been 4 years since the large-scale invasion of Ukraine, and I dare say the beginning of this war in Ukraine against Europe, in Europe. But the European Parliament, although its composition has changed during that time and the European Parliament elections have been held, the European Parliament has not reduced its support for Ukraine. All of our important resolutions, documents, and directives, whether they relate to economic issues where Ukraine is mentioned or whether they are specifically intended for Ukraine, all are adopted by an overwhelming majority of MEPs. And this is very important. This is quite a unique thing. And now our most important mission follows in one of two directions. First, we are strengthening our own European security and defense policy. And for the first time in the history of the European Union, we are taking on the defensive dimension on our shoulders, on the shoulders of Europe and the European Union. We're also trying to include Ukraine in every document so that there is a strong legal basis for Ukraine's integration into the European Union right now, especially through the defense line. Now, why is this important to us and to Europe itself, not just to Ukrainians? Well, the reason is that today Ukraine undoubtedly has the strongest and most capable army of all the democratic countries of the European Union. An army that is already becoming the backbone of all of Europe's defense. For example, when discussing and adopting documents related to the development of the European Union's defense industry, and we are saying that it needs to be fundamentally rebuilt, while often some countries need to rebuild it from scratch, we're also trying to integrate Ukraine into these documents as one of our most important partners, even as a future member of the European Union. Now, I will not give you today any figures, any specific amounts of money that the European Union is allocating to Ukraine, to assist Ukraine, because this is, after all, about assisting ourselves too. That is how we see it, first and foremost. And indeed, many people say that Europe is not doing enough, and yes, indeed, we could do more. Some countries, especially the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries, the Baltic states, they are certainly leading the way in terms of the share of financial support they are providing, so other countries need to catch up considerably. However, on the other hand, the solidarity and support of European countries for Ukraine has probably surprised the Kremlin more than anything else that could have surprised them. And this is evident from the very fierce information attacks, which are mainly directed against Europe and the European Union's support for Ukraine. So we are here, the European Parliament is with Ukraine, we stand firmly with Ukraine, and once again, thank you to those gathered at the conference in Vilnius for what you are doing and saying there. And my last sentence is the same as it has been for several years now. Slava Ukraini! Glory to Ukraine!
Tuo metu prašome.
Now we will see the video address by Petros Auštrevičius from Brussels, member of the European Parliament. Good morning. Let me once again congratulate all our sincere friends from Ukraine and countries that continue to support Ukraine. Next week marks the 4th anniversary of the aggression against Ukraine. We know who aggressor is. The consequences have been horrific and relentless. But as we reflect on these years, it is essential that we draw every possible lesson from this war. We must understand and internalize Ukraine's experience so that any future aggressor is left without any advantage, and even more importantly, so that we ourselves are prepared to withstand any external attack. In our region, the aggressors are clear. The Russian Federation, supported by Belarus, and further afield, Iran, North Korea, and China too, in cooperation with the adversary. Ukraine's experience, in fact, is invaluable. One recognition of this is the loan approved by the European Parliament last week of 90 billion euros, of which 60 billion euros will go directly to Ukraine's defense industry. If we look at how these funds will be allocated, it becomes evident that Ukraine, its manufacturers, its inventors and innovators producing the latest military technologies, especially drones and anti-drone systems, are at the forefront. They are followed by the European Union, our partners and countries in Europe that have signed special defense and security agreements with the European Union. It is now widely acknowledged that Ukraine's experience is not theoretical. It has been tested in war painfully at great cost, which makes it immensely valuable. The topics discussed today are closely tied to these lessons: civil defense, the organization of local governance, and the essential role of NGOs and military support organizations, including the Riflemen's Union, can work together to create the strongest possible resistance to the aggressor. I would like to once again thank the tireless Milda, who always carries out an enormous amount of work, mobilizes people, and ensures that Ukrainians can come here to Lithuania. This is truly important. I have no doubt that we will continue our joint efforts on multiple formats and in all possible arenas to support Ukraine so that it not only survives this military aggression, but emerges stronger, becoming a full member of the European Union and other alliances. I wish you a productive and insightful discussion, and until next time.
Ir paskutinė šiandien sveikinimo kalba Dainius Žalimas.
And last but not least, welcome address from Dainius Žalimas, member of the European Parliament. Dear participants of the conference, friends of Lithuania and Ukraine, much has already been said during these 4 years of the ongoing large-scale war, so I will try to keep my remarks brief and simple. Russia started this war and continues to wage it against a sovereign state, denying even the Ukrainians' right to exist. For 4 years, Ukraine has been defending not only its people and statehood, but also the principle that territories in Europe cannot be redrawn according to the logic of power, and in doing so it is defending the whole of Europe. Today in Lithuania, we are enjoying a beautiful winter, but in Ukraine it is literally brutal. The systemic destruction of energy infrastructure, leaving cities without heating, electricity and water, is a deliberate policy targeting civilians. Such actions, in their scale and purpose, already have the characteristics of genocide, as they seek to create unbearable living conditions for an entire ethnic group, that is, for all the people of Ukraine. Lithuania knows all too well what aggression and occupation mean. Our history speaks for itself. Therefore, we know that concessions to the aggressor never bring peace. They only encourage new aggression. Therefore, together with my colleagues in the European Parliament, we are consistently striving to ensure that Russia's war of aggression does not end in injustice and does not end in contempt for international law. I support the establishment of a special tribunal to try the crime of aggression against Ukraine, because without accountability for aggression, there will be neither a just nor a legitimate peace nor deterrence in the future. It is also important to identify the ideological basis of this war. Therefore, I support and will certainly continue to support the condemnation of the so-called ideology of Russism. We have already adopted a historic resolution in the European Parliament which clearly states that Russism is incompatible with international law and incompatible with European values. No historical arguments or disinformation can justify aggression. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my delight at my initiative to collect support for the Da Vinci wolves in Kharkiv, which is actually much broader in scope, as it includes those lawyers who have exchanged the comfort of their law firm offices and university classrooms for combats on the front lines. So every time we have been able to collect enough funds to purchase vehicles and equipment that are vital for their fight on the front lines. Finally, each of us should remember that Ukraine is defending us too. It is defending our security, our values, and our future. Ukraine's victory will be our victory too. Therefore, let us remain united and do more than is required of us. Let us do everything together until victory is achieved. Slava Ukraini! Glory to Ukraine!
Tai ko nepadariau pradžioje.
Well, I failed to do this in the beginning. This is due to my inexperience in moderating the conferences. I would like to kindly ask you to switch off your mobile phones and cell phones. And after speaking, please switch off your microphones. We have taken a strategic decision to move the European Commissioner with his recording to the second part of the conference. We want to give the opportunity for the guests who are live here with us. Therefore, the recording of Mr. Andrius Kubilius will be played after the lunch break. Hopefully, he will not be angry at us because he is a very flexible politician who is very much patient with us. He helps us in anything that we ask him. Now, I would like to present our guests from the Kherson region, and I would like to give the floor to Ms. Olga Mahalchuk, Deputy Head of the Kherson Region Military Administration. The Kherson region is on the front line. But why this experience is beneficial for us? In terms of its size, it is very comparative to that of Lithuania. Kiev has a structure and an infrastructure of shelters. The Kherson region, where many civilians live, is very similar to that of Lithuania. In Lithuania, we don't have shelters. We do not have places for sheltering people. We have an adversary close by on the other side of the river, and Lithuania also has borders with Russia and Belarus. And in terms of the proximity of the adversary and in terms of the size, we're very similar, and therefore the lessons are really very valuable for us, and we can learn from them. And we can discuss and see and analyze the lessons, their preparedness before the war. Well, they were late, though they could have been prepared, because the war has been waged in Ukraine since 2014. But Ukrainians still had hopes that Russia would not be that aggressive. And this is what I hear in Lithuania. We speak about the aggression, we speak about the possibility, but in reality, people do not believe in that it is possible. And I see people failing to prepare and wishing to spend their money and failing to understand a real threat. And we fail to have this preparedness in Lithuania among ordinary citizens and among top officials and politicians, because we see no practical steps taken beside the discussions. So we can learn from the experience of Kherson, from the possibilities of preparedness. This is something that we should learn from them. Therefore, I invite you to see a recording from the Kherson region that was offered for us by Ola Molerchuk, and then we will hear from her.
Вітаю, шановні колеги, партнери та друзі. Мене звати Малярчук Ольга, я заступниця начальника Херсонської обласної військової адміністрації з питань оборони. Відповідаю.
My name is Olga Malarchuk. I am the Deputy Head of Kherson Regional Military Administration. I am responsible for cooperation with military infrastructure and institutions, for shelters and many other things. Now, the video that you have seen, it represents our daily lives. Just imagine yourselves for a moment living a life like this that you have just seen on a daily basis. Now, we are approaching the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine continues to resolutely resist the aggressor. And this also becomes possible thanks to you and your support. Your strong shoulder of support that we can lean on, and your faith in us. So thank you to Lithuania for its unconditional support. We believe in a mutually beneficial partnership, and we want to be a partner with you on an equal footing, which is why we are present here today. That is to not only express our gratitude, but also to share our direct experience that we gain in wartime conditions. The region of Kherson has become not only a symbol of destruction, but also of resilience. We used to be one of the most successful regions in Ukraine. However, everything has changed when Russia came. Ever since then, not a single day have passed without attacks. People are constantly under risk of shelling, bombing. Since the liberation of the region, Russia has fired over 600,000 shells. As a result, over 1,000 people have died, including 18 children. Another 6,515 were injured, including 207 children. Half of these losses were caused by drones. Since August 2024, the number of attacks has only increased, and we're experiencing up to 2,500 drone strikes per week. Many cities and villages have been destroyed. More than 40,000 civilian objects have been damaged or destroyed, including schools and kindergartens, as well as hospitals, that is 95% of the existing hospital network in particular. The explosion of the Kakhovka Dam caused a large-scale flood, destroying dozens of settlements and becoming one of the most worst environmental disasters in Europe in recent decades. Therefore, Kherson has already undergone Russian occupation, terror, shelling, undermining of critical infrastructure, which is why the experience of Kherson should be taken into action right now. That is why I'm here today. Last year, the head of the Kherson regional administration was present here in Vilnius and presented in this very hall our experience. You have listened to us perhaps with some caution, perhaps with doubt, but you did not leave it without action. You started working together with us. And since then, you have organized study visits of your doctors to Kherson, lectures of our experts in urban planning, exchange of practical solutions in various fields. And this is just the beginning. There's still a lot of work that awaits us because our knowledge is constantly being updated. And the war is changing. Likewise, we are changing too. That is why, together with the German Marshall Fund, we have created a program called Civil Military Administration in the context of modern warfare. This is not about theory. This is about real lessons that we have learned under the conditions of wartime. This program in particular shows how to counter enemy drones. We have created a 3-stage electronic protection system that operates at 15 frequencies at the same time. It helps to take down different types of drones, from Mavics to FPVs. This is a technological war, more like Star Wars. We even use large drones with hooks to catch Russian fiber optic controlled drones. We have also established a radio drone, anti-drone group. The center that is operating the activities of this group, it ensures actual defense of Kherson region. This is one of the best centers of its kind. Kherson is very close to the enemy, which makes the situation more difficult. To get to us, they have to cross the river, which is why we need to constantly update our radio equipment and respond to the emerging difficulties caused by the enemy. And we constantly need to cooperate. I would like to note that last year alone, 97,000 of drones have been used by the enemy. And thanks to our center, about 3,900 of them were destroyed, which was a tremendous achievement. Among others, we're also addressing logistic routes for drones. We have already started building anti-drone corridors. We have a special network that has been tested and tried in our training facilities. Now a few words on evacuation. Organizing evacuation and the constant shelling is very difficult, but is a necessary effort. And so we have built an effective system, meaning that the evacuation now is the result of the coordinated work of the military, police, volunteers, and local authorities. Without their joint participation, no evacuation operation is possible. As a result, almost 52,000 people were evacuated, including 7,014 children. During the explosion of the Kakhovka Dam, the system saved the lives of another 2,800 people. And so you have to think of evacuation right now. If you have a borderline, you have to understand how many people are located there, what routes are being used there, what kind of traffic is there, how much fuel is available in the region, how many actual drivers you will have in the region to drive the buses to the region to get them, to get the people out of that region. You have to understand that your people must be aware as to how they need to behave and act in case of a crisis. They have to know how they will have to use the routes if some of them will be closed. And this needs to be done right now. As regards the hospitals, we have already made these objects a priority of security. 14 underground hospitals are already operating, 12 more are preparing to open. Our regional hospital was shelled more than 25 times. As regards bringing the children back to the schools, now this is a separate challenge because we have to ensure this. We have to ensure safe educational process in wartime. We understand how important it is for children to be able to learn and communicate with their peers and stay in society. At the moment, we have 6 educational institutions, meaning 5 schools and 1 kindergarten, that are operating in the region, equipped with shelters, with more than 550 children studying in a mixed format. By the end of 2025, the construction of shelters for 3 more schools was completed. All of these efforts are aimed at creating a safe educational environment even during air alarms. I would also like to mention that the region of Kherson and the people there have become accustomed to living underground, which makes it difficult, but it's necessary, and you have to think about that right away. Bearing in mind that hospitals, schools, all of these facilities need to be provided with shelters, with classrooms for schools, with surgeries for hospitals that will be working in wartime conditions. As for demining activities, experts have warned us that this will take decades, and we have proved that this can be done much sooner. And during the occupation, residential areas, a total of 683,000 hectares were mined, and now 73% of that territory has already been cleared. More than 300,000 Russian ammunition has been destroyed, and remote demining machines have helped us a lot in this effort. When we started our demining efforts, experts told us that this would take about 80 years in total, and we realized that this is not suitable for us. And so we used to the maximum our own sources to conduct demining efforts. And so, like I said, 73% of the territory has already been cleared. Restoring energy and protecting critical infrastructure is nonetheless important, because you need to understand that energy is the enemy's target number 1. Communications, hospitals, defense systems, nothing works without the electricity. And so we protect and defend our critical infrastructure objects. We hide our networks underground. We have backup lines, generators, and mobile units for protection. This should be done in advance. This is only a fraction of our experience. For each area, for each field, we have our own solutions. However, had we had such advice in 2022, things could have been different. But then, back then, no one told us what needs to be done. And so we created these guidelines for ourselves through our own efforts, through losses, risks, and mistakes. And this program is already functioning. And together with governments such as Estonia, Latvia, Germany, and Sweden, we have begun to train civil servants, rescuers, and local leaders. In order to make this initiative sustainable, we have proposed to create an international working group, a permanent team that would collect and share the Ukrainian experience of civil protection, adapting it to EU and NATO standards. The group would deal with analysis, practical recommendations, and training for crisis management. This, in the future, could become the European Center for Civil Protection, built on Ukrainian experience. The region of Kherson had paid a very high price to gain this experience, and we wouldn't want anyone else gaining such experience. However, if such risk does exist, it is better to be prepared. And we are ready to share everything we know. Despite your desire to learn, there is still a lot of work to do in order to really become prepared for war challenges. You need to understand that a war might erupt at any point. One of the examples that I would like to mention if you don't think about the possibility of a war, it does not mean that it will not happen. Quite recently, you have gone to training, to NATO trainings featuring Ukrainian troops as well, and you may have heard the statistics there. And you probably know how many NATO troops could potentially be lost in such training field battles. And so you are aware that you might lose a lot as the enemy moves closer to your borders. So you have to take care of your borders yourselves first. One of the crucial examples the war that started in 2022 has changed in technological terms. We're no longer talking about tanks, we're talking about drones or FPV drones, something that will be covered in greater detail by our soldiers, our guests of this conference. This is something that you need to think on a daily basis as to how to protect your critical infrastructure and the people living in the border areas, how to mine the territories, how to build fortifications. Everything related to all of this is changing. Air defense system is of critical importance in wartime. The fact that we have functioning mechanisms today, now, I wouldn't want to intimidate you much, but it is our task to show you how difficult things might be, how dangerous things might be, not to accept the reality of the threat of war. Sometimes we don't want to think about the difficult things, but you are responsible for your citizens and you have to be able to answer to the following question. What if one day you wake up in the morning following huge explosions that you hear nearby? Who will be the ones taking the major decisions? Who will be in charge of taking care of the family? And who will be in charge of your responsibility for the state? So you need to be prepared right now. It is better to take care of security now as opposed to later. So don't lose that time. We believe that together we will overcome the enemy. We believe that we will prevail. We have the support, we have the determination and the character needed. And that's why we are stronger than our enemy. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Labai norėjosi turėti laiko klausimų.
Well, we unfortunately don't have time for questions, but you can approach the guests during the lunch break if you have any questions. Olga, I think, will be glad to answer your questions. And now let us move forward. Martynas Kropskelis is a volunteer from Memorabilis organization. He will be our new moderator. He is a supporter of Kherson. He has visited Kherson on numerous occasions and assisting it. Thank you. With the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the Lithuanian institutions started calculating the shelters that Lithuania has. We have temporary shelters that are being marked now. We will hear the experience of 3 countries and their challenges. So first, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Jaakko Letarvita, the ambassador of Finland to Lithuania. The floor is yours, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I hope you can hear me very good. There's always somebody has to have a technical problem, so I took that responsibility. So labas ritas and dobrého ranku. Good morning once again, honorable members of the Seimas and also of the European Parliament. If you are listening, dear friends, and particularly, of course, greetings to our friends from Ukraine. I will cut my presentation a little bit to catch up a little bit with the timing, and that's quite easy actually, because a lot of things about the situation in Ukraine that I was going to refer to have been mentioned, and Ms. Malyarchuk's presentation gives a very good basis for what I was planning to say, and the next speaker will go more to the technical levels. I'm Finland's ambassador in Lithuania right now, and before coming to Lithuania in September 22, I had the privilege of serving as Finland's ambassador in Ukraine from September 22. So I have some limited experience of what Ukrainian population is going through in Kiev and in other towns, including Kharkiv and other places, and the neighborhoods of Kiev, which we helped to rebuild. So I've witnessed something, but of course it's a slight slice of what Ukrainians are going through. And I know this winter has been particularly heavy. Russia's illegal and unprovoked aggression has, of course, inflicted massive human and material damage to Ukraine. Millions have been forced out of their homes, many seeking protection in the European Union, but many remain inside Ukraine, and many of them displaced, meaning they are not at their homes. And for those civilians who have stayed or returned, which has also happened, a key question every day is protection against the constant barrage of Russian air attacks, as we know. This war has served as I wouldn't say a healthy reminder, but an unwanted reminder to Europeans and the whole Western world of the threats that many of us thought don't exist anymore, or at least we wouldn't face them. I can reveal that 20 years ago, 10 years ago, when we tried to explain the Finnish combination of a comprehensive whole of society security thinking and our model of a large trained military reserve, which is built upon universal conscription, it didn't quite resonate with our Western European partners. Now we do have to ask the painful question, are we ready to defend our societies both at the front line and behind the front line if there is a full-scale war that touches us? I'm proud to say that in Finland we never dropped the ball. The commander of the Finnish Defence Forces very early during the initial phase of the full-scale aggression on Ukraine said that this is what we are witnessing is the kind of war that we have been preparing for. Our mobilization strength, which we could mobilize immediately today, is 280,000 trained soldiers equipped with modern weapons. On top of that, we have the depth that many countries lack. We have a reserve of trained soldiers who are civilians, of course, for now, that amounts to 870,000 people. That is smaller than the Russian army is, but it's not maybe a bad result from a country of 5.6 million people. However, even more importantly, and this is more my topic today, the whole of society has a plan for a bad day. I was asked to say a few words of sheltering the population in a crisis situation. The memory of bombings in World War II encouraged successive Finnish governments, despite their different party affiliations, to ensure that adequate legislation and standards for shelter construction existed throughout and after the Cold War, when many started to relax with their norms. Today, Finland has around 50,500 civil defense shelters of various types, with space for about 4.8 million people. We can confidently say that Finland has sufficiently places in shelters vis-à-vis our overall population. Particularly the major urban centers are well covered, and we have learned painfully in Ukraine that major urban centers are also major targets, not least because of their infrastructure. To get to this level of shelter protection, you need adequate legislation and standards. Construction companies respond to written standards. Things don't happen on their own will. New construction requirements do raise costs, and that is seldom popular, as any politician knows. In private apartment buildings, the owners end up paying more for their apartments if there are shelters constructed at the same time. Communal shelters are a burden to municipal budgets. That's why in Finland we have made investing to shelters more attractive by developing dual-purpose shelters. When not used as shelters, modern structures can act as sports centers, storerooms, and for other such uses, only to be returned immediately to their planned original use if need be. On top of the legislation, of course, there is the question of know-how. How to build a proper shelter. It's not a simple thing. It's not just a matter of adding layers of concrete. I don't go to the technical details, particularly because the next speaker is a better expert. But I want to highlight an event we arranged here in Vilnius together with Finnish construction companies and Lithuanian partners, both from the private world or enterprises and government, to look at the Finnish construction know-how and its relevance for Lithuania. I also point out what was already mentioned by the Lithuanian ambassador in Kiev, that Finland and Lithuania and Ukraine have joined hands in constructing shelters for Ukraine right now for current purposes and for future purposes. And Lithuania's efforts in this field, like everywhere else, are exemplary, to say the least. Shelters are, of course, only one element of an all-out preparedness plan. It is impossible to overestimate the mental aspects of preparedness. Some things you cannot buy with money. The will to fight and accept sacrifices stems from the experience of genuinely belonging to a society. This does not happen overnight, as we know. This is also something where Russia misestimated so badly the Ukrainian society in the spring of 22. They imagined that this society is not ready to defend it. Last year, 78% of Finns replied that Finland should be defended against an armed aggression, even if the outcome would be uncertain. 80% would be ready to contribute and do their part one way or another. Of course, not everybody serving in the military, but doing what they can. Like Ukraine, we would rely on motivation. Sovereignty, equal rights, democracy, human rights, Nordic welfare society. I believe we have what it takes to motivate people to defend and sacrifice willingly. Another part of resilience that I briefly mentioned is education. Today, education in media literacy prepares people for the information war that, as we know, starts much earlier than the kinetic parts start to hit the ground. And so on. This is something that we talk very much or discuss among our Nordic-Baltic cooperation and also with Ukrainians. Ladies and gentlemen, while there are now discussions of achieving peace for Ukraine and at least a ceasefire, an element of security guarantees is quite often raised. Ukraine needs security guarantees, that is obvious. I think we can safely say that the best guarantee once the fighting stops will be a strong and sovereign Ukraine with a powerful military backed by a committed society that has learned to prepare for the worst. I trust the Finnish comprehensive security model based on our own bitter experiences earlier on will serve as a helpful model for Ukrainians and anyone else who is interested. The obvious goal, of course, is to avoid a war through deterrence. A society which as a whole is prepared to stand against aggression is a mighty deterrent. That's what we have to believe. And while I'm proud of the Finnish model, I of course give full recognition that we are not the only country. The Israeli ambassador is with us and Korea is one of the countries who has a good model. So there are models around, but in the end, of course, we all are thankful and we need to look at what the Ukrainians are learning because your model is and will be based on contemporary war. And thank you for sharing your experiences as a partner, not only as a recipient of our help. Ukraine will prevail. It is mentally stronger than Russia because its society is stronger and people have a freedom that they defend. They don't fight for money, they fight for their freedom. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
Ačiū pranešėjui. Toliau kalbės Elgi.
We thank the speaker, and now we would like to give the floor to Mr. Algimantas Pliučas, Chair of the Architects' Chamber of Lithuania. Good morning, Your Excellency Ambassador, members of the Seimas, members of the European Parliament, dear guests, colleagues. Let me first of all thank you for this topical event that is focused on each and everyone's readiness for war. And I'm glad that the representatives of the Architects' Chamber of Lithuania are invited to this event. We are not connected as an organization per se to security, but with the onset of the war, the initiative group of our chamber brought within 1 month guidelines as to how we need to prepare for war as regards buildings construction. And so we joined in the consultations with the government, with the ministries, and we translated Finnish guidelines, and for which we are grateful to Finland, and used them to draft our own guidelines that are meant for our citizens, architects, and others that could use them to improve their shelters or build their shelters. This publication, those guidelines have already been presented, so I will not go much into detail on them. However, following the presentation of these guidelines, actually 2 wars since the start of the war, a normative document was issued regarding the construction of shelters and temporary hiding places when designing buildings. That is a legal regulation, whether perfect or not, that doesn't matter. It emerged 2 years after the onset of the war, and so new buildings that are being designed and being built must take due account of this normative regulation regarding the construction of shelters. However, those buildings that are currently being built, those that will include the construction of those shelters as well, this process is ongoing, so we will only see in the future how those shelters will look like, and there are some exceptions as well. Now, residential multi-story buildings, buildings that are higher than 5 stories, they must include a shelter according to our normative regulation now. But this is just for your attention. Such residential areas such as these are not obliged to have shelters constructed there. This is a building that does not exceed the normative limit of 5 stories, and so they do not have to build those shelters. Although there are all the possibilities there with an underground parking available there, with the required walls. So our architects are trying to promote awareness among constructors and the clients purchasing newly built residential flats. Let's say if the building includes an underground parking, why not establishing a shelter as well? Marked in red is the area for shelter on this map, but apparently a parking lot cannot be registered as a facility if it is also registered at the same time as a shelter. If the parking lot does not exist in legal terms as a premise, the parking spaces cannot be sold. So there are certain restrictions that still exist that hinder the process, but this also hinders other initiatives. There's also another group of buildings of public interest, facilities that are equipped to house up to 100 people at one time. So far, we don't have legal normatives available, which means that we're following fire safety requirements for evacuation in an event of a fire, which is not exactly the same as the evacuation of people from such a building in wartime. And so when we estimate the shelters needed for such buildings, our estimations exceed the estimates elsewhere. Let's say if we have 225 square meters, and we have to build a shelter for a premise of this size. To compare, let's say, in other countries, let's say Finland, a premise of 90 square meters requires a shelter of up to 30 square meters. Elsewhere, yet again, the requirement is to have a shelter that does not exceed 1% of the size of the entire facility. And then another issue, do we really have to build those shelters in the basement? According to our legal norms, this should be a place that has no windows. On-ground facilities and premises, there are usually windows available there. According to the Finnish requirements, shelters can also, on-ground premises can also be used as shelters. In peacetime, those premises could be used for other purposes, for recreation, for gatherings and others. Also, a ground floor is not considered to be a basement, which again creates some hindrances when it comes to the construction of shelters that must be built in basement or underground areas. As regards our network of shelters available, well, those that we had, they were either sold or dismantled, quite a few of them. Although we do have hope that in wartime some of them will definitely be made available. However, since we don't have enough of these shelters, we had to look for anything that we could use as hideout places, and so we've issued a number of different labels marking the available hiding places or shelters, irrespective of the security requirements, because maybe some of the premises are better equipped in the event of a flood, let's say, or any natural disaster. Some of these premises would be available for only this kind of threat, but when it comes to kinetic threats, I'm not sure if the kindergartens labeled as hiding places could actually serve the security purposes in this kind of event. At least I would not recommend using these places to my friends, and instead would invite my friends to spend the time in an underground parking lot, which would be much safer. Well, this is not my way of criticizing the situation. I'm just observing the situation as it is. As my presentation is titled From Basement to Safe Spaces, well, maybe indeed it is not always necessary to have a basement for hiding, so long as this, the hiding place is safe. And depending on the region, the requirements might also differ, perhaps. So once again, I would like to reiterate that the Architects' Chamber of Lithuania has drafted the guidelines for enhancing security of buildings and repurposing available facilities, be it public housing or residential building. that due to their acoustic characteristics would ensure safer conditions in an event of a threat. Now, these guidelines are available on our website. They're free of charge, so we would encourage everyone to make use of them and guide them in order to see greater security and protection. We're also promoting builders to take account of those guidelines, and the best way to do that perhaps would be through some kind of tax incentives that is ensuring that the shelters that are planned for the buildings under construction could be exempt from taxes. Perhaps waste charges in the process of construction could also be reduced. There are a number of different ways how to incentivize people to take the initiative and implement our guidelines. So that would be it on the review of mine. Certainly, one initiative inspires another, and so following the publication of our guidelines, many people started looking for the available shelters, and this gave birth to a number of different initiatives. One of them, let's say, was related to the cleaning of the existing basements, and the initiators made sure that these processes were conducted at a reduced cost, incentivizing others to follow suit. So there was not much praise in my speech, and perhaps we will be able to appreciate our efforts in an event of a war, if need be. In any case, I reviewed the situation as it is, and I would like to express our support to Ukraine and say Slava Ukraini.
Ačiū Algimantui.
Thank you, Algimantas. And now I would like to give the floor to Anatoly Didur, head of the Derievka Village Military Administration.
Дякую за запрошення, дякую за можливість.
I wish you good health. I thank you for the invitation and for the possibility to present Ukraine on the European level and present the activity of our community. Derievka community is on the front line currently. This is the front line is on the territory of our community, but we continue engaging in our daily activities. During the invasion, we have been occupied for 9 months, and we've seen the meaning of the occupation, of the legislation of the occupying power, the disrespect towards people, terror against people, physical and mental violence and abuse. So we've been able to experience those negative consequences of the occupation. But the Kherson region was liberated in November 2022. The first challenge was the bombing of the Kakhovka Dam, something that was our pride before the war. Many villages and communities are on the riverbank, and after the bombing of the dam, many of them faced tremendous difficulties. The communities and villages fell under the water. We have suffered much. during the occupation, the bombing of the Kakhovka Dam, the flood. But despite all that, 2 weeks later, we saw the reconstruction efforts. Vehicles brought people that were hardworking. They wanted to stay on their own land and to work their own land. Before the military aggression, our territory housed many schools and kindergartens. At the moment, 2 schools are destroyed completely, and other educational institutions and establishments are destroyed by 80%. Education is our future, we understand that. A year before the war, we faced the COVID pandemic. We realized that that period, that children represent our future, and therefore we need to defend them and to protect them. We want our children to grow up in a secure environment. And we decided to establish a space for children, for them to be safe. And one of 5 schools in the Kherson region, in the Darivka community, gained new experience of sheltering children underground during their lessons. And we try to do our best to ensure that children do not feel prisoners underground. Therefore, we build sports gyms, classrooms, or areas for extracurricular activities, leisure activities for children, separate zones for food and catering. And now we see the shelters as the center for daily activities rather than a prison. We understand that shelters are places where people can spend several days until the facilities can be freely accessed and cleaned from the rubble. Therefore, the shelters have to be well developed. We have practically no infrastructure. But in shelters where people come from homes which have been destroyed, and these shelters become a very helpful spaces with some catering services and social services. The previous speaker spoke about basements and arrangement of basements in multi-apartment buildings. This is a political decision. People need to be taught, and they need to realize that their basements need to be transformed into shelters and make them understand that shelters are important spaces where many activities are carried out. If we have military activities, military fights underground, we perform and carry out many other activities that are necessary. Therefore, this is a responsibility and a political decision that needs to be taken. Certainly, it might be in conflict with the existing legislation, but at least you would have a privilege and a luxury to prepare now. On our part, we try to preserve the balance between the support and services for people and the preservation of the legal power. We have a large population in our community who want to stay on their land. Many houses have been destroyed, but people want to stay on their own land. They want to remain in their community. And in this case, we become responsible for the people who stay on the war zone. It is our responsibility to ensure that they have food and water. And this is what we do during the war period in the war zones. As we carry out activities in different areas, we develop businesses. We have centers for administrative services where we teach elderly population computer literacy and digital literacy, as we understand that this is something which they really need. Olga has rightly stated that shelters are not necessarily shelters in their direct meaning. When we established shelters, we built different points of access. We have modular shelters that can be transported to another location if there is a need. We also have to safeguard the bus stops, and we have to ensure all the possibilities for people to stay safe on their territory. We have other shelters, anti-shell shelters with solar cells equipped on the roofs. And this ensures energy supply for people that stay in those shelters for a long time. And the solar panels were brought from Lithuania, actually. You have to consider different alternative possibilities. Different options need to be considered. We don't spend 5 minutes in shelters. We spend 1, 2, or even 10 days in the shelters. Therefore, during the transformation of the school, under the war circumstances, we had no experience in that. Now we're working on the kindergarten and its transformation, and we're able to learn from the mistakes of our previous project. Certainly, we have made mistakes. And now those mistakes that were made during the construction of the shelter can be improved now, and therefore we can explain and show you what should be considered and focused on from the very documentation of the project. We've reviewed different documents and calculations in terms of the capacity of the shelter. It is extremely important because people might feel the lack of breathing air. We made a mistake in our calculations. We thought that we could house 500 people during the air raid. And during the air raid, you cannot stop people from accessing a shelter. But when people feel the lack of air in shelters, feel the lack of oxygen, they are horrified. If we have a school, for example, we have to consider the children need much more oxygen when running around compared to when sitting. Air efficiency falls greatly when children are moving very actively compared to them being static. Therefore, we are ready to speak about our mistakes. We also want to thank for your assistance. Lithuania's assistance is considerable. Lithuania has assisted our community in every possible area, so thank you very much and glory to Ukraine.
Tai ačiū Anatolijui. Turim 10 minučių klausimų.
Thank you, Anatoly. And now we have about 10 minutes for questions. So now is, please, now is the time for questions and answers. Before we have the first one willing to ask, I have one of my own questions. The Finnish ambassador has mentioned that the Finns have accepted the reality and are willing to pay a higher price for the real estate, and the bureaucratic apparatus is adjusted to the process of establishing shelters. So my question to Algimantas is, where do we lack this awareness? Is it from the side of the builders, from the clients, from the budgetary institutions, so that we could pursue the Finnish level standard? Is this a general lack of awareness, or is there a missing link? Well, I do hope that everyone has enough awareness. I did mention some of these negative examples, but they come probably out of some misunderstandings. When we introduce certain regulation, when encountering some kind of difficulties, which in the end become an obstacle and a hindrance. Certainly, we cannot expect major reductions in taxes, and the constructors, the builders, they will certainly be willing to earn profits. Sometimes it's the problem is when we have shelters available, but they are not identified as one. So hopefully, if the war starts, we will not have to think about the elderly living in small wooden houses as to where they will have to seek shelter. We had an initiative when the owners of buildings with underground parking mapped the available parking lots so that people were made aware of the available hiding places if need be.
Ačiū.
Galima paklausti. Vėlgi.
I have a question if I may. My question again is to Mr. Algimantas Pliučas. We can recall that in Soviet times, each residential area would have shelters. That was not entirely at the beginning of the independence, perhaps at a later stage, that those shelters were handed over into private owners. There's a lot of speculation regarding this issue. My question is as follows. Had we did not sell those Soviet time shelters, would they still be suitable in today's wartime? And is it still possible to buy those shelters from private owners, certainly for a specific price? Whether or not those Soviet time shelters are suitable, I believe in an event of a crisis, anything will suit you as opposed to having no shelters. Although they would need refurbishment. And certainly once you own something, you have to maintain them, take care of them. So they were definitely abandoned. And perhaps not every residential area had a shelter. Some of them perhaps were starting to build shelters and stopped mid-process. And we know that in Karoliniškės or Lazdynai area, those areas don't have shelters. Everything can be bought out, to answer the second part of your question, but perhaps a different legal forms could be invoked, be it servitude or any other way of using, let's say, those underground parkings in the event of a crisis. And so perhaps, if need be, some kind of legal forms will be established to make sure that those who own parking lots, let's say, underground parking lots, they would be obliged to provide access to those underground parking lots in the event of a crisis. So I believe even those places that are still available are not deemed as shelters, we will adapt to making them shelters. Donatas Grevičius, Fire Safety Department. More of a remark rather than a question. Mr. Pliučas has reviewed everything thoroughly, and I would just like to reassure you that our entire community, not only myself alone, are observing this conference online. And we definitely follow the current affairs as regards shelters. And to echo what Mr. Pliučas has said, we definitely started from scratch because we didn't even have anything that was deemed shelter with the start of the war. And so all of these shelters, pre-independence period shelters, they're no longer available to us. With our membership of NATO, we were reassured that we will not have to think of those issues anymore, but with the start of the war in 2022, things have changed. A 5-story building should have a shelter available, but even when the new regulation was established, we realized that buildings not exceeding that limit will be built, and there will be those that who will try to circumvent the regulation. We eliminated our previous regulation on the shelters made available in the buildings, and we definitely started from scratch when we had to make an inventory of all the available basements and ground floors available on buildings that could be used as shelters or temporary hiding places. People were anxious about everything that was happening in spring 2022, and now we have a lot of results. The Seimas has recently adopted a program on civil protection, and necessary funding for the program was earmarked. Yes, we did label many of these buildings that could be used as shelters or temporary hiding places. And yes, some of them have to be refurbished, but we have to understand that whenever we test the moods of our people, we can see that more than half of the people are actually getting ready for the threat of the war, and the numbers are increasing. And yet there are people who are hesitant to get ready now. Nevertheless, there is a sense of necessity to prepare, even among our leadership. Some of them are intimidating people, others yet are speaking to the point with specific examples, visiting Ukraine and then sharing the experience after coming back from there. And thank you to all of those that are involved in those efforts. We just have to join our efforts. We must be able to listen to the criticism and be open to the solutions, such as those put forward by the Architects' Chamber of Lithuania. But this is a joint effort, because a resilient state is one that takes care of its foundations. And foundations are being built by laying brick by brick. The stronger we are, the stronger our state will be. That would be just my remark. Thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in this event. Thank you for the constructive criticism we've heard, and we are definitely ready to cooperate.
Ačiū už komentarą.
Thank you for your remarks. I thank the speakers. I thank those who ask questions. And now we are over with our session. Now I give the floor to Milda. In the next session, we will have Anatoly Didur and Olga Malarchuk for our joint discussions on the Kherson region. But in this session, Anatoly Didur, head of the military administration of the Rievka, wanted to thank the assistants and contributors. And now I would like to have your attention, please. We would like to invite you to the lunch break. At the invitation of the Speaker of the Seimas, but I would like to ask you to return to this hall on time. And we take any time we need in order to complete our conference. So therefore, we kindly ask you to be on time after the lunch break. Aldona from the Secretariat of the Speaker of the Seimas, dressed in blue, will guide you to the lunch place. She will show you the way. Please follow her to find the lunch area. If you get lost, you have to find building 3 of the parliament, the security post, and please take the stairs to the 2nd floor and you will see a canteen on the left side. Hopefully you will not get lost in the corridors of the Lithuanian parliament. So please follow Aldona. And please come back on time at 12:45.
Sveiki, ir mūsų konferencijos svečias, ES kosmoso ir gynybos komisaras Andrius Kubilius.
Sveiki.
Nagrinėjom šioje konferencijoje duoti ES, kokiom jos pamokom turime, privalome praktiškai pasinaudoti jau dabar.
Aš tai visą laiką kartuoju labai paprastą faktą.
Sveiki, ir mūsų konferencijos svečias, ES kosmoso ir gynybos komisaras Andrius Kubilius. Labadiena.
Sveiki.
Nagrinėjom šioje konferencijoje, ką Ukraina jau dabar gali duoti ES, kokiom jos pamokom turime, privalome praktiškai pasinaudoti jau dabar.
Aš tai visą laiką kartuoju labai paprastą faktą, kad jeigu ES mūsų...
Sveiki, ir mūsų konferencijos svečias, ES kosmoso ir gynybos komisaras. Sveiki, ir mūsų konferencijos svečias, ES Sveiki, ir mūsų konferencijos svečias.
Chair.
Ukrainiečių
Sveiki sugrįžę ir tie, kurie
Welcome back. Hopefully, many of you will still return. Well, we're late 5 minutes only, which is a success, and we will begin from the recording that was transferred from session 1. This is an interview of Mr. Andrius Kubilius, European Commissioner for Space and Defense. Davidas Jursevičius was the interviewer of the commissioner. Mr. Jursevičius is a journalist and a volunteer who interviewed Mr. Kubilius on current developments. And later on, we will follow with the speakers. We're joined today by Andrius Kubilius, European Commissioner for Space and Defense. Good afternoon. Hello. At this conference, we are discussing what Ukraine can already offer the European Union and what lessons we must draw from its experience. I keep repeating one simple fact. If the European Union, our entire region, were to face what several European military intelligence services and commanders are publicly warning about, namely that Russia may be preparing to test NATO's Article 5 or initiate aggression against us, we must understand one thing clearly. We would be facing a Russian army that has been hardened and transformed by war. It is stronger now than it was in 2022. It has grown and learned in Ukraine, mastering modern warfare, using millions of drones. On our side, the EU and NATO, there is no equivalent battlefield experience. Ukraine is the only country that has gained such experience and knowledge. That is why I always say, from the perspective of security and defense, Ukraine's integration into the European Union, regardless of the specific mechanism, is a vital interest of ours. It would significantly strengthen our defense capabilities. We are talking about the future here, but even now we are learning a great deal from Ukraine in the field of the military and defense industries. What Ukraine has achieved in just a few years of war is extraordinary, almost miraculous. Its defense and industrial capacity, which produced 1 billion worth of weapons in 2022, has grown to 35 to 40 billion euros. In other words, a 40-fold increase. Modern warfare doctrine, drones, counter-drone systems, and so on, has been developed in Ukraine. And I believe that one of the most important tasks for Lithuania and other European countries today is the creation of joint defense ventures with Ukraine. But this process seems to be moving too slowly. Lithuanian business leaders say the same thing. Politicians repeat that we must stop being merely a requesting state and instead become a country capable of producing its own weapons, especially since, as you said, Russia's army has already modernized and gained new combat experience while we have none. Weapon production is essential so that every state has what it needs without depending on imports. Is the pace too slow from your perspective as Commissioner? Of course, I want the process to move faster, but realistically, Europe only truly began to wake up on defense matters last year. The understanding has finally emerged that Europe may need to take real responsibility for its own defense. The Americans have made this very clear, and it's not out of anger at Europe. In fact, sometimes I think they are deliberately applying pressure so that Europe finally matures and grows out of its long adolescence on relying entirely on US capabilities and begins to take care of its own security. So yes, we need much more speed, but we also need a transformation of mindset. If we look at our neighbors, Estonia, Finland, we see that this transformation has already begun. Finland is building bunkers along the Russian border and is on a completely different level of preparedness. Why are some countries able to move so quickly while others are lagging behind? How would you assess Lithuania's readiness in this respect? I don't know about bunkers, whether Lithuania has started building them widely or only in isolated cases. Minister Kasčiūnas has begun placing concrete blocks. So that's a start. Lithuania looks good, especially with a defense budget of 5.3% of GDP. That is noticed in Europe. But it is important not to undermine this image. We must not start allocating this money outside NATO guidelines, for example, on roads, sports fields, although the temptation is always there. For defense and armament specifically, NATO is very clear about what qualifies as defense spending. If a country reports 5%, NATO can precisely identify which costs count and which do not. The second thing Lithuania, the region, and Europe need is greater unity. Our defense needs unity in the region and in Europe. Our defense depends on collective defense, on NATO principles. For example, in industrial development, my department recently issued the first call for proposals for projects of common European interest in defense. One of the first potential projects is the drone wall on the eastern flank. Well, it has a different title on our documents, but the project includes not only drones, it includes bunkers, anti-mobility systems, and coordinated drone defense. Countries from the Baltic to the Black Sea have already taken their first steps. A political declaration was signed, and a meeting of leaders was held in Helsinki in December, and now we are moving into practical implementation. By mid-March, countries must submit an initial application. By May, a full application needs to be made. This mechanism could allow the Eastern Shield project to be recognized as a project of common European interest by the European Council, giving it political status and opening access to EU funding. Do countries submit applications separately? Applications must be submitted jointly. For example, in our region we have Finland, the Baltic states, Poland, perhaps Romania, and ideally Ukraine as well. I urge to do this. Ukraine can participate fully as an equal partner. You have visited Kherson many times. Based on what you have seen there, what lessons can Lithuania draw now, before the day X? The first lesson is volunteering and mutual assistance. I'm constantly moved by how many people across Ukraine and in Kherson especially are helping one another through this terrible period. Second, we must protect our energy and critical infrastructure. Russia's main target is civilians, but not by attacking people directly. Instead, Russia targets infrastructure so that life becomes impossible once the infrastructure is destroyed. Third, we must already be thinking about how Lithuania will participate in Ukraine's reconstruction. In the European Parliament, Lithuanians have established a group dedicated for this. Many Lithuanian volunteers care deeply about Kherson. I believe Lithuania should focus in the future on supporting one specific region of Kherson. There are even historical Lithuanian roots there. The village of Techinka, near the Dnipro, which has been destroyed by the Russians. It has a tower from a fortress dating back to Vytautas. It would be meaningful for Lithuania to take responsibility for helping that region as much as possible. Concentrated support, not scattered efforts, is the most effective. Thank you for your time and your insights.
Ačiū komisarui. Ir einame prie.
We thank the Commissioner and move now to the third part of our conference, focused on preparedness of self-government institutions. This entire conference, well, each part of this conference could extend to a separate conference because there are definitely a number of issues that are being covered. And this conference in particular is focused on raising issues, raising awareness, focusing on specific aspects so that we could use that in the future for preparedness. And this is one of these events, one of these preparedness events. And so ensuring healthcare and the functioning of self-government institutions is another key aspect under such conditions. As you will hear from the speaker herself, the communities in Ukraine and their leaders are taking care of those issues on their own because the entire system near the front line is no longer effective. However, to talk about that, I now give the floor to Ms. Vaiva Jankienė. She is the coordinator of medical missions and internships in Ukraine. And she was also on one of the missions in Techinka. And maybe she will also tell you something about that as well. So, Vaiva, I'm very happy that you're here with us. Please.
Konferencijos dalyviai.
Good afternoon, participants of the conference. It is particularly joyful to see people from Ukraine, the faces from Ukraine, particularly Mykola. Together, we have been a number of times in Ukraine. I am Vaiva Jankienė. I am the coordinator of the Blue-Yellow missions in Ukraine. At the moment, I am the coordinator of the medical missions headed by the Ministry of Health. And today, I would like to present to you the activities of doctors, Lithuanian doctors in Ukraine, what we have done since the onset of war, what have we already prepared for. I've chosen this photo on purpose. This is the last, but not least, group of doctors that came from Ukraine. We went to Zaporizhia, to Kharkiv, in the region of Dnipro. I was especially happy with the motivation and positivity of this group. And the things that they have done on their visit were truly significant. Now, what do the Lithuanian doctors do in Ukraine since 2022? First of all, they accumulate experience during their traineeships and missions. So far, we have held up to 10 missions organized by Blue-Yellow. Everything started from just a few doctors that went to Bucha. At some point, they were spotted by Jonas Omanas, and that's when all the other missions started. Anesthesiologists, traumologists, paramedics, and other specialists, including surgeons, have gone on their missions. We have organized a total of 8 traineeships when doctors provided medical assistance in Kharkiv region, in Dnieper. They trained in wartime hospitals, in specialized points, underground points, in the frontline hospitals, at the medevac hospitals. They were gaining experience at Ukrainian hospitals. As for blue-yellow doctors, they are providing assistance, medical assistance to civilians and soldiers. They provide medical equipment to civilians and troops. They've organized trainings for doctors, unique trainings for the work on stabilization points. 40 doctors have received exclusive knowledge, and we can state clearly that this was the first time that the Lithuanian doctors were exposed to such experience. Blue-Yellow Medical is working in the occupied territories by providing assistance to civilians, namely in Kherson, Dnieper, and Kherson regions. People from those areas had to deal with affected lives. The doctors are working there very close to the front line, and there are still people who remain there, who do not want to leave their homes. These are usually the elderly, the ill, who find our assistance truly important. Blue-Yellow doctors are providing medical assistance to the soldiers at the point of deployment. When, due to the difficult tactical situation, the soldiers find it difficult to leave on rotation and they cannot receive, let's say, dental assistance. Family doctors reach the most vulnerable patients in the occupied territories. They had to help people with broken arms and with other issues. They had to be creative and resourceful. That's those photos I've chosen on purpose because that's how we had to work in Bucha following the occupation. In the other picture, we see the Vice Minister Kronkaitis. We had to look for some truly exceptional solutions in the events of broken arms, strokes, damage done by shelling, and many other issues. Dentists are able to get equipped at any place where necessary. They have all the necessary equipment and tools to provide their services, and their assistance is needed not only to the civilians but also to deployed soldiers. This is a photo from the mission in Kherson region. That's when we were with Nicola. I will show you the building later on. That's the building where our doctors, our dentists used to live and work. This is a former kindergarten. The dentist office looked like this in that very same building. It definitely looks really nice. We had some truly luxurious conditions. Our dentists are able to reach our patients at home and anywhere, basically, where there is electricity. Often they work in dark conditions, and that's how they are able to take some rest by leaning on the walls, because our doctors are going to provide assistance to as many people as there will be those that need assistance. Now, this is that building. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to show you the video. Apparently not. I would definitely like to show you that video featuring this building. Laura, can I show that video? Well, if no, then let's move on. I really wanted to show you how that building actually looks like. The doctors are actually working in some unique conditions. If you can recall one of the conferences mentioned by Milda, where volunteers were surprised by the fact that not everyone can enter those territories. Likewise, we used to receive questions as to why we go there, what are we doing there. Something's not working right.
Tiesiog praleiskim tą skaidrą, jeigu neina.
Maybe let's just skip that slide if it's not working and let's move on.
Kas yra labai įdomu apie mūsų.
What is interesting to note regarding the experience of our doctors, there's not a lot of coverage here in Lithuania in that, which is contrary to the situation in Ukraine or other European countries. We build an improvised doctor's room if need be. Let's say if we don't have any premises available, this is how it looks like, simply under the tree. So flexibility, adaptability are the conditions that are well nurtured in Ukraine. I believe this video will not be shown as well. I just wanted to show you the sincerity of the patients that we visit at home.
Только будет пить таблетки?
Дай поцелуй.
Ну, давай.
Ой, спасибо. Спасибо, милочка. Спасибо вам.
Sveikatos sistemos specialistų stažuotės Ukrainoje.
The trainings of medical specialists in Ukraine. Last year, these trainings were organized by the Ministry of Health in cooperation with Blue Yellow. The logistics were organized by Blue Yellow, and doctors went to these trainings as being posted on missions abroad. And the doctors that went on these missions had some very good feedback. As for the locations of the training, these were civilian and military hospitals, stabilization points, mobile hospitals and surgeries. The length of the training was 2 weeks. 42 doctors have already gone on these trainings. According to those that have been on these trainings, they report that those trainings have changed their approach towards provision of medical services in wartime. Following the end of the first cycle, we have already started the new cycle of training. As for the purpose of the training, we try to make sure that our doctors are exposed to the entire process of providing medical services to patients, to civilians and soldiers, to experience what it means to work in the conditions with minimum resources, what needs to be changed here in our country, what additional competences had to be acquired by our doctors, by specialty doctors. And that's what usually happens when specialty doctors go on training here in Ukraine. And after having returned, they inform us that they need to learn how to do the things that they have encountered in Ukraine. We also learn from these trainings how to adapt our own facilities. So after returning from these trainings, our doctors are able to understand what's the actual experience in such conditions. However close to reality the trainings are, they are still trainings. There's still a sense of stability, knowing that nothing bad will happen. However, once you're exposed to wartime conditions, the feelings are quite different. How do the healthcare systems function in wartime? How social services are provided, how ward medicine is provided, what errors are done, how they're fixed, how regional hospitals are functioning, how family medicine centers are functioning in wartime, infrastructure and their functioning principles, what is being done after learning those lessons. All of this we learn in this training. As I have said, our doctors go to specialization points shown here in the first picture. This is in Zaporizhia region with such stabilization points underground. There they have all the necessary conditions to provide all the necessary medical assistance very close to the front line. Next picture shows our doctors taking part in Medivac when they evacuate people or soldiers from the hospitals near the front line. And this is real life situation and not part of training. They also learn some experience at the hospitals of different levels, and such trainings unite and inspire doctors, increase their resilience, and this is also a way of changing the level of preparedness of the entire health system of ours. Following the trainings, quite a lot of doctors return to Ukraine to provide assistance during missions. They establish close cooperation with civilians, with hospitals. They engage in educational exchange, and Ukrainian doctors, through them, come to Lithuania to share their experience. And following our latest mission, we've also brought to Kaunas clinics a Ukrainian doctor to share his experience with us. And this is a very unpleasant video that I would like to show, but you need to see it, understand that doctors do not go there as part of a delegation. They don't go there just to see some images. They are actually exposed to real life conditions there. And this is one of the patients that our group of doctors had to work with on the very first day of their mission, and it wasn't that easy for even experienced doctors. And I apologize for the unpleasant views, but that's how war is. Can we play the video? Well, I believe it won't work again. At least I cannot do that from here with the remote. Well, it's a pity I cannot show you the video, because it's definitely a shocking image, but one that you need to be exposed to. The impressions or the feedback of doctors are quite telling. Let's say we had a very experienced traumatologist who, after having returned from one of the trainings, on the second day after return, he said that I haven't seen anything quite like that, although I have many years of experience. I was standing next to a person who had all his limbs amputated, and I didn't know what to do with him.
Ranka nuspręsta, kad out, laikinas šuntas įdėtas neveikia. Šitą koją panašu, kad bus okei, nes arterijos nepažįstas. Kairės kojas nėra. Panašu, kad dar tiesioji žarna išsigačinta, tai laparotomijos stoma. Liktai toks planas, ką supratome.
Mūsų gydytojai dirbo su šituo pacientu shock room.
Our doctors worked with him in a shock room. They had to then take this patient to a surgery room where they performed several surgeries on him. Quite recently, we've surveyed one of the latest groups of ours, asking them to assess their training so that we had a better picture as to what needs to be improved. And so among that feedback, one of the doctors said, I've gained a lot of experience professionally wise, something that I never see in my daily life at work. I realized to stop practicing some of the things, but the example of Ukraine shows that nothing is worthwhile forgetting. Doctors, after having returned from Ukraine, are seeking to upskill, to improve their competences, to engage in decision-making processes at a wider scale. We observe an increased interest of doctors in the trainings in Ukraine, in other trainings, and our experience motivates other colleagues that had no intention of going to Ukraine. I will just superficially go through the issues related to self-governance near the front line, because we had to provide medical assistance in the occupied areas. And the things that the local doctors and local government have mentioned were observed by us. Something that is very important regarding the resources available to the residents, how the healthcare facilities will be working, will the medical resources be sufficient, how will the medical staff as a resource will be distributed in such conditions. Something very important to know is that following the war, out of a huge number of staff available in those territories, only 30 were left there available. So that's very important to take into account. Another priority, as demonstrated by the experience of Ukraine, is adapting the underground infrastructure to provide medical services. Cooperation with local leadership is very important. Ukraine is the main... In Ukraine, the leadership of the community is the one that is aware of all of the information necessary to direct the citizens in the right direction. First aid supplements first aid supply is very important for the citizens to have, because if day X comes, they have to be able to take care of their ailments in such conditions. Identification of persons capable of providing necessary healthcare services is another thing that you need to consider. And this is my favorite photo done by myself. This was after the return from Hoptica village in Kharkiv region, 3 kilometers away from the front line. One day we went with Skirmantas, and that's when we saw this tank emerging from nowhere. I felt respect to Ukrainian soldiers at that moment. It inspired me, and this is just to say that there's a difficult road ahead, and we cannot do that on our own. So, if you have any questions regarding doctors, their training, I'm be more than happy to answer any of them. Thank you for your attention.
Do you have any questions at this stage? We have Jonas Achmanas who wanted to ask a question. I want to add and speak in my capacity as head of the NGO that funded all this project. My message is that these are serious things. This was done at the cost of some tips. The government should evaluate this and accept this experience and also improve its efforts on working in this field and funding it. Well, I repeat it on multiple occasions. We have to change our mindset, and then we will be able to gain experience and knowledge. We are here in the Lithuanian Parliament, and I repeat my message once again that we need funding.
Taip, šita mintis skamba praktiškai.
Well, this is a message that we hear in every conference of ours. And we see this need drawing from the experience of Ukraine. And as we see the situation changing in Lithuania, Ukraine is in close cooperation with NGOs, and we see the NGO and government cooperation, and this synergy should increase. As Mr. Kubilius has mentioned, we need this type of cooperation in any area, whether it is medicine or infrastructure, education. And this is a bottom-up approach, and it needs to be supported. We have one question from the audience. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask whether medical doctors from other countries also go on such study tours. Well, that's a very good question. Well, I've mentioned that our medical doctors are being discussed not only in Ukraine, but also in other European countries. And this is some positive news or positive message that is being spread about our medical doctors. We've been invited to meetings with our colleagues in different countries, including Malta, Germany, Belgium, France, and those countries invited us in order to learn from our experience. And they wondered on how we managed to achieve this, and they said that they were not able to implement such a thing due to different reasons. And they asked us to help them, and their conclusion was that a very small number of countries could do that without Lithuania's help, and they asked us to invite them join our missions. Well, other countries do send their medical doctors, but they are in very small numbers. But those who go on training or study tours are war doctors. Others are volunteers who agree with one or another institution. But on the national scale, we have not heard of any country to do that. But the Czech Republic is planning to draw on our experience and follow suit. Thank you, Viva. If we still have some time, after all presentations, we will be able to ask some more questions. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Rimantas Klipčius, Mayor of Švenčionys District Municipality. He represents the Lithuanian Association of Municipalities. He was delegated from this association to this conference. He will be able to speak about his own district and touch upon the challenges and problems on the national level. I wonder whether this might be possible. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to participate in this conference. The conference is truly very relevant. It is crucial. I have been mayor of a municipality for 10 years. This municipality borders with the Republic of Belarus. We have 150 kilometers of border with Belarus. In our municipality, we have Pabradė military training ground. one of the largest military training grounds in Lithuania. And in my professional experience, I have been able to see different crises that struck Lithuania and the efforts or involvement of municipalities in dealing with those crises. Before the war, I have not visited Ukraine. During the war, I've managed to do that, and the main goal was to see on the ground the functioning of municipalities and to get first-hand experience and first-hand knowledge to speak with people working on a municipal level to discuss challenges that they face and to shape a certain vision and educate the staff of my municipality and other municipalities and municipal institutions in order to directly transfer this experience. In 10 years of my professional career, I've seen that the relationship between national and local governments should be improved. During the COVID pandemic, we got the first signals of the need to do that. We've often seen that the national institutions and decisions are very far away from the local level, and therefore the decisions lag behind and are delayed. And therefore municipalities need to act immediately together with the staff of the municipalities. Certainly, we cannot predict our future, but we have to be prepared for the worst case scenario and hope for the best case scenario. And every staff of a municipality needs to be ready to perform the functions that he or she is responsible for. And national level politicians and local level politicians are expected to have a clear communication, close relationship with communities, and speaking the truth. When Lithuania was struck by the migration crisis, our municipality was at the forefront, and the response that was implemented in Lithuania was targeted and correct at that time. The municipality was involved in the processes of cooperation with different institutions, including the Migration Department and Border Guard Services. We were involved in the processes. Heads of communities within municipality were also involved in order to overcome the crisis. During this period, we've been able to see the implementation of plans by adversary powers on the municipal level when there are attempts to put a wedge between national and local authorities and the population. There were attempts to demonstrate that national authorities are unable to perform their functions to deal with the crisis, and municipalities are also incapable to do that, and that migrants overflow the borders. And therefore, we invited our communities to join us in the meetings, and we worked hard to explain and to educate the communities. Certainly, we had situations when news portals were full of headlines about migration crisis and the plans of building a migrant detention center housing 40,000 people. we understand that in any crisis we might be faced with hybrid attacks and information attacks, and therefore municipalities need to be active in cooperating and communicating with national authorities. Well, the situation in Ukraine is really very serious. During that period, I was able to make contacts with a number of municipalities and their heads. We try to maintain our contacts. We allocate considerable resources for the support and for maintaining contacts. Every municipality allocates its own resources. We understand that our partners and our friends need greater support than they receive. I also would like to point out that one of the major challenges that we face is the distribution of responsibilities and understanding and awareness of the structural functioning. When we had our first meetings with the representatives of national defense, we've noticed that they fail to understand the functioning of local authorities, and local authorities fail to understand the functioning of the national defense. And therefore, when put at the same table, we try to educate each other. We realized that we had different expectations from each other and that our expectations were incorrect. I do not know the experience of Ukraine in this field. Maybe they could share on that. But we finally discovered that the awareness and understanding in view of cooperation is necessary. The main strengths of municipalities is speedy mobilization. Municipalities have networks. Suddenly, municipalities of different sizes, and sometimes they feel the lack of human or financial resources. And sometimes there's lack of communication resources. And therefore, it is very important to educate and to foster social resilience and ability in people to understand that every person living in a certain municipality should be responsible for the security and development of the population in the municipality. And here I see opportunities to develop our cooperation with NGOs, with local volunteers who could be very helpful during different crises. And the migration crisis that Lithuania faced several years ago affected our municipality directly. We saw hundreds of people attempting to cross the border at different points, at people that were targeting this and dealing with this crisis were mostly volunteers, and these were mostly staff of municipalities who would act as volunteers and try to deal with the crisis at the border at night. And we saw that this was a direct war on the border, and we felt to be on the front line, where we were forced to work 8 hours in our offices and 8 hours on the front line. I would like to point out some gaps. One of the major issues that we need to solve is establishment of clear strategic communication and mobilization of resources. The construction of the physical border, the border surveillance systems that were implemented, certainly people hope that municipalities on the border will be prepared, will be able to mine the border, to construct bunkers, construct shelters. And unfortunately, we are still delaying our actions here. Municipalities see the changes in business space, and therefore we invite our businesses and foreign businesses to continue their investments in Lithuania. We see that huge financial resources have been earmarked for defense sector, and this way we can attract investments into our country and our municipalities. Our municipality adopted the decision on signing the agreement on cooperation with Ukraine in the area of the development of military industry. We met with local communities, and we saw that people are really very optimistic about that and are happy that we are able to produce certain components in Lithuania necessary if we develop military industry in our municipality. And the municipality is really ready to cooperate in this area to ensure that defense industry exists in Lithuania. In terms of other gaps, the main one is the earmarking of certain resources. There's a lack of resources in strengthening national defense, and we still see certain gaps. In building the knowledge on the functions of the mayor of municipality during the times of war, because the mayor is a directly elected official, and according to the legislation cannot be the leader of the municipality, the top official, to take the decisions. During the migration crisis, despite the lack of necessary legislation, mayors of our municipalities had to improvise and to act accordingly. And therefore, we've noticed that we still have a lot of problems relating the coverage of warning alarm systems. I see that some systems are centralized in Lithuania and others are manually controlled, and they are controlled by persons that might be absent during the day X, and therefore we need to prepare in this area. There are municipalities who have strong leaders with a view to strengthening communities, have sufficient resources to independently invest into building shelters, temporary shelters, renewable resources, to decentralize certain systems, because we understand that sometimes there is a lack of true cooperation and interaction between the central authorities and municipal authorities in the times of crisis. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I have a question. You've mentioned that we have no legal regulations on the functions of the mayor of municipality, but we still have some gaps in legal regulation in other areas, such as public procurement, which is applicable to peace times. And we have many other pieces of legislation and regulation which is applicable in the times of peace and has not been tested in the times of the war. We take Ukraine as a role model here to improve. We are limited in our activities because of the non-existing regulation. And if, for example, certain legal acts were breached, persons would be liable for breaking the law. Do you take any steps to propose or to make any recommendations on the adoption of new regulation? And are you engaging in any activities in terms of cooperation in defense area? Well, yes, during the times of peace, we work under the regulations, but it is strange when different decisions are taken only during the crisis. For example, the procurement of face masks, the numbers of face masks needed and types of face masks needed. And we had experts in municipalities. Did we really have the experts in municipalities who knew which type of masks, face masks, need to be acquired? This is an example of our preparation for the crisis, and we see that when we prepare for some emergencies or some contingencies, we then are faced with many questions. During the COVID pandemic, people were afraid to go outside, and therefore certain decisions needed to be taken in order to manage the public moods. And today, seeing developments in Ukraine and our ability to adapt quickly, we would be forced to improvise in order to adapt to the situation. The institution of the mayor is not fully defined and regulated. During the crisis, the institution of the mayor municipality isn't clear or has unclear functions. Therefore, today we see the lack in regulation here. We should really work on that. And certainly, we would be forced to improvise if, for example, a day X would come.
Перше, я хочу вам подякувати, тому що
Let me first of all thank you. Please don't take offense, but so far you're the only one that's raising the right questions. And it's important that you're thinking about that. Now, you're asking how to cooperate with the military, which is very important because it's all about defense. That's where you should engage with law enforcement institutions, with emergency situation management groups, with those in charge for evacuation, the warning systems, the sirens. All of these issues are very important ones that you're raising, and we're definitely willing to grant you the answers to those questions when we invite you to visit Kherson and see how we are dealing with these issues. And we are willing to cooperate with you because all of these issues that you have raised are definitely topical, and thank you for taking care of these issues. So far, what I see is the situation that you are dealing with is the one that still remains on paper, whereas you are questioning the situation as to how it's going to be done in reality when you'll have to protect the people. Let me thank the Ukrainians. In 1990, I was only 5 when we regained our independence, and a year later, when I became 6, we had to deal with the 13th of January events, when my father had to leave our home towards the Lithuanian parliament to protect it. I was shown a picture of the Lithuanian TV tower and the Soviet tanks standing in front of it. And I can recall him saying to me, "Look at this. These are Soviets standing on the Lithuanian soil and with their military equipment trampling the Lithuanian soil." So this is something that I would definitely wouldn't like to see once again here in Lithuania. Likewise, I wouldn't like to see my children experiencing the same thing, but I understand that people in the West who get accustomed to convenient life, to good economies, good business tendencies, they tend to forget how things can be. Our country as well has been developing successfully over the past 35 years, reaching new heights following its accession to the EU and other international organizations. And so today I think we should act more and show leadership, because people are tired from all of these discussions and debates, and people are yearning for acts, for action. Whenever you read all these headlines, when this or that cannot be done, I believe we should start from ourselves and think what we can do. And I believe local municipalities they can do a lot to consolidate those efforts. Thank you very much. If we will still have time, we'll be able to come back to the issue. In the meantime, I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Mykola Yatsenko, head of Technica Village Military Administration. He's a veteran of our conference, and he has warm ties connecting him with Lithuania, if I can say so. So please, the floor is yours.
Друзі, доброго дня, лабадина. Коротенько, ви мене вже знаєте, Мілда вже представила.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Milda has already introduced me as a veteran of this event, and I know some of you as well. We have been working effectively, and there's a lot that we can tell to each other. Not everything is so dire. You have done a lot. There will always remain something that you will not be able to address fully. And there will still be some 35% of the things that will remain unsettled while you can take care of other things. So before the full-scale invasion, we had around 90,000 people, but following the war, many of them had to leave their homes, and unfortunately, many of them will not return in the nearest perspective, even if the war ends, because so far few people remain there, and many buildings were destroyed. So we will have to build new buildings that will be more European, built on different philosophy. There are 4 settlements in the area of active military action. Out of the 9,000 people that used to live there, 9 only remain. Certainly, Tehinka community falls within the area along the coast, along the bank of Dnieper, with active military action. Yet there are still people there who do not leave their home. They live in their settlements and they do not want to leave them. The total area of our community is over 420 square kilometers. We are an agricultural territory. We produce a lot of agricultural products. This was the main economic activity that we have cultivated. This was done by peaceful, quiet people. Those who are cultivating the land, they do not need the war. As for the services that function in our community, we have a local administration. We have a 30 kilometers of active front line. The territory that has gone through all the stages of the war, including the first one when it was targeted by artillery and heavy weaponry, that was supplemented by a new technological period when the enemy started using drones and targeting, unfortunately, civilians, in addition to targeting conventional military objects. Next slide, please. As regards evacuation, in 2023, we had 2,700 residents at the end of the year, somewhere around September, with the active front line. Out of that number, almost 2,000 people left within 3 to 4 months. We've managed to evacuate them because the situation changed rapidly. The Russians started using weaponry of mass effect, so we had to coordinate our action with the military and evacuate the people as soon as possible. The evacuation was conducted by us, by the military administration. In such event, everybody has their own tasks, much like the military. That is, we provide the information. We guide the people being evacuated. However, we cannot expect that the soldiers will conduct fully the military evacuation because they are the primary target of the enemy. About 1,400 people have been evacuated on our own, by our own efforts, which is quite a good result. And only 26 people remained in the so-called red zone with active military action. There will always be people who are categorical in refusing to leave their home, and you will not be able to ensure full evacuation simply because you will not be able to do that by force, because this would endanger the soldiers as well as those citizens remaining there. Each point of evacuation will grant you only 5 minutes, no more than that. Everything beyond that is already a luxury, meaning that you will be creating problems for yourself and perhaps this might lead to a possibility of needing help for yourself to evacuate. As regards administrative services, so far our entire social infrastructure has been destroyed. Ms. Yankiene has shown you a picture of the kindergarten where our military administration was located. On the opposite side of that building, we had a social laundry salon, we had a gym. The equipment of the gym was brought from Lithuania, for which we thank you. The absolute lack of facilities to provide administrative services is something that the people living in such areas are forced to deal with. These people in those areas may have to work under difficult conditions with no heating or other utilities available. However, this does not mean that you are allowed to abandon your task of providing assistance to the people. This is the internal stability that you will have to maintain. And you must constantly be on duty. In the future, you will be able to redistribute the functions among yourselves, with some of them performing their functions from a distance, as there will be people that will not have to be physically in the location. And we don't have a lot of territory for retreating to operate with. Although we have 56 people remaining in our community, we provide administrative services to 8,000 people. Among those services, we have the provision of the issuance of certificates for buildings. 2 residential buildings have been fully destroyed by the enemy in our community. And in the future, many more will be destroyed because they are doing this in a targeted way, in an effective way. As for education, we have designed shelters for the future, unfortunately, not for now. Shelters to be built in educational facilities. At the moment, we have 50. So far, we have 56 children that remain in the territory, but there's no need for them to leave the territory. Certainly, the decisions regarding their security is taken by their parents. These are the children that are not located in the so-called red zone. And whenever we get the information that some kind of residential building falls within the trajectory of the artillery of the enemy or their drones, we realize that the risk of attacks against such objects increases. Then we need to take the necessary decisions to evacuate families with children, although that particular point where they are located may not necessarily be part of the territory with active military actions. So far we have come up with a design for the shelter in schools, and we are waiting for the funds to be able to build them. We also have small underground facility where the education process can take place, but we do understand that keeping all the children at once at the single place is not safe, and we're trying to decentralize them. When it comes to to agriculture, we have more than 33,000 hectares of agricultural land. 20,000 of them are mined, and only 10,000 hectares can be used for agricultural purposes. Individual farmers, agricultural companies are functioning in our territory. Unfortunately, a lot of agricultural land has been made unavailable due to the heavy shelling. And this certainly prevents many people from earning, from winning bread. It is important to speak about critical infrastructure as well. In the period between 2024 and 2025, we managed to replace 8 kilometers of the water supply system. Those sections that have been repaired, they were repaired thanks to the support from financial donors, and because those systems are located further away from the active military actions. We were also able to build 40 greenhouse houses for the people that have been evacuated, so that the people could have a chance to earn money after having been left with no income following the evacuation. So we are also able to provide them temporary accommodation. Certainly, this is just a temporary solution. And that is how we're trying to provide them with the necessary conditions for living. When it comes to the critical energy infrastructure, we have our workers taking care of them. We provide them with the necessary machinery to take care of this critical infrastructure. We have a specific division of 2 people who are armed. And whenever we are exposed to drones, these 2 people are the ones that are in charge of taking them down. And that's when they work, when electronic radio means have failed. Certainly, it is important to follow the latest news from the military as regards the latest technology used on the battlefield. We constantly coordinate with the military regarding the emergence of new drones. Wartime conditions for the local self-government means that it has to be able to work as a single body, irrespective of the disagreements that there might be. Everyone must have a single goal, and constantly keep in touch with the military or the territorial defense units. Well, they will actually find you themselves first. In the meantime, we have to pursue our own tasks, and there are specific civilian departments that we can get in touch. They must usually have one expert on civilian issues. And these must be the people that must be aware of the types of the weaponry available, the distance that their ammunition can reach, because this is also related to ensuring security of the civilians. These are our mobile shelters. We have about 10 of them. 3 of them were equipped in the red zone at the time when it was relatively peaceful. Unfortunately, 3 of them have already been destroyed as of today. As relates to fire protection, we have 5 fire safety units operating as firefighters, as drone operators, as engineers as well. These are the people that ensure also the provision of humanitarian assistance, that are doing repair works on critical infrastructure if need be. So these are multifunction experts, and you must have such a unit with trained people working there. And they fulfill their tasks by 100%. Regarding the warning systems, in 2024 we managed to implement a warning system that works on the SIM card basis. When the enemy is blocking the mobile connection stations, this becomes a problem. As for the demining activities, we have already managed to demine quite a lot of territory, although the situation is changing because there are cases of secondary mining, although we've managed to deal with many of these issues as well. Thank you.
Labai ačiū, Mykolai.
Thank you, Mykola. We don't have time for questions, but good news is that we don't have to go very far. In the lobby of this hall, you will be able to have coffee and snacks, and you can ask questions and speak with the speakers and the military staff. I invite you to come back at 2:30, and we are back here at 2:30.
I can switch on the microphone.
Tai prašau visus susėsti. Kas dar nesė?
Please take your seats. Some of us have brought coffee with us. Hopefully, we'll not get any criticism, but when you work with NGOs, we tend to be extraordinary. I would like to give the floor to the commander of the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union. He can agree with us because he has to command and to control the riflemen. And it is my honor to introduce Linas Idzelis. So the floor is yours.
Kad daugiau mažiau turbūt yra atvykę, kas suprastų, kas yra Šaulių sąjunga, tai būtų ekvivalentas gal.
Well, our Riflemen's Union is equivalent to American State Guard. These are not the forces that go to Afghanistan to fight, but there are some assistive efforts during the COVID pandemic. We took the role of doctors, so we also patrol together with the border guards, and we assist different services and forces in Lithuania. In the black scenario, we would have to merge our efforts and our capabilities because we cannot stand on our own. I've been to Ukraine on many occasions. I have gone to Ukraine for training in 2014. We saw Wagner Group and I understood the reality. And many people from Maidan came and started forming volunteer forces. We actually provided the training. I worked with private sector. We also learned a lot from the Ukrainian experience. We used to buy the vehicles in one city and would upgrade those vehicles and bring them to other cities. We would provide support near different shops, in different shops for the army staff. We packaged the goods. We also were involved in evacuation efforts during the occupation of Crimea. We had to participate in saving efforts.
Tai šitą reikia įsidėmėti. Va, tai visko galima tikėtis. Tai va, tai 14 metais.
So in 2014, I took my gear, which I had bought from my own resources, and I took it to Ukraine because in our country we were not taking security seriously. In 2008 to 2011, I have been working in NATO, and I was really ashamed of our country, which was much under budgeted, where 0.7% of GDP was allocated to these matters. But finally, we managed to change the attitude, to attract people Sometimes we have some sporadic developments and changes. We saw some developments, positive developments in 2014, 2015, and then we had a fall. Then I worked at the Belarusian border, watched live broadcasting of war developments. I had many friends, and I have many friends in different services in different countries. Some of them have already died, and we would receive some new information. At the border, I was under-equipped, and I saw the situation, and I saw the attack on Ukraine. Then I thought that they would go to Belarus, and then we would be attacked. Well, in 2014, I was really scared because we had no uniforms, no gear, no equipment, no armament for our people. Under the flag of the Riflemen's Union, we started forming. We started establishing different units and professional military service persons would train us. We had no uniforms, no armaments, no training grounds. We only had enthusiasm and willingness to act. So we could compare ourselves to 1920 or 1919. Well, Ukraine managed to withstand thanks to Ukrainian assistance and to the activities of the volunteers. I'm very happy to be able to contribute too. I have many friends that are now commanders in different military units, military volunteer units that are really very brave, that suffer minimal losses. And these are the organizations that we try to learn and take experience from. We can learn from the experience, but we see rapid developments, but we constantly lack resources, and this is a basic limitation for us. I would like to cover many new things that we managed to learn during the study visits. And I realized that as a commander, you have to take the responsibility for commanding your military units to go to the battle. And we understand that the enemy is the same. The enemy is the same in Kherson region, in other regions, and if the enemy attacks Lithuania, it will be the same. In deep battle, close battle, and close battle, Ukrainians have rear battle and deep battle, which are drones flying up to 2,000 kilometers, which is much, with capabilities that can destroy facilities, and this is a very serious thing. Another thing is glided bombs that Russians use against Ukraine with so much explosive material. a bomb, for example, flies in and it may destroy a 9-story building, which is concrete. And we see the effects of such explosives. And this actually makes you think of what kind of shelters we really need. And this helps us to model the situation. Some people say that 2 missiles is enough to destroy the entire Lithuania. And we try to prove a different situation. But Russians produce a lot and they target a lot. Russians have mobilized a lot of specialists and experts, and they're scaling. And this is a serious adversary, serious power. And we don't have the technological network. In Lithuania, we fail to understand many things because in the military academy, we have a curriculum on political relations or international relations. And this is wrong because in the trenches, we don't need politicians. We need professionals, experts who know the figures. On the ground, we have completely different needs. We have some practical and very technological experts that can engage in programming. On the front, I can see among my friends and their units who have their own assembly lines, who have their own specialists and experts. These are elderly people who are programmers, former university graduates. And hopefully in Lithuania, we see that our universities are also changing their curricula and establishing new education programs to include education on drones, for example. All these things are actually stopped by Ukraine. All these adversarial forces and adversarial efforts are stopped by Ukraine. Otherwise, they would go and reach Western Europe. Ukraine has different systems of withholding the attacks by Russia. We need to understand the real effects and the ways of fighting. We don't have antidotes. We have prototypes, but no antidotes in Western Europe. In recent years, we have seen the building of certain military industries. We will have to see a lot of means of attacking us, but we will not be capable of stopping them. We cannot defend ourselves with bare hands. We need resources. Light aviation is something that we are active in. We have collected a fleet of aircrafts, personal light aircrafts, and we are looking into the ways how to use them. We are doing all these things without necessary resources, thanks to the voluntary support and contribution of people based on personal finances, personal funding. we are moving towards a close battle. And here, a drone was a game changer in this war. In our training visits, we can see different warfare mechanisms by Russia in 2022, 2023, and now we had different types of equipment that were used by Russia, where Russia suffered great losses. But now we see the swarms of drones, which is very effective, and you cannot fight it. They cannot be jammed or overtaken. We're training on that as well, and we are learning from the experience of Ukraine how they are fighting the drones. So this is our course of change and our action, and we have realized that we have to put our command underground. In the sites of our training, we saw mechanized units coming, and they were attacked by the adversary. And we also see some other battle groups that are working undercover. We work with serious units. Certainly they move very fast, and they train and teach us on doing one thing and not doing other things. You always have to be clever enough and to save and protect every person. So safe battle is very important. We had Vadim Sukarevsky coming to the Riflemen's Union. He's my good friend. He read a lecture about the drone systems. We learned a lot, and we understood that everything starts from Arvik Hotel. We've copied that. We have live stream, Veja program, a copy of that. We have FPD drones that we have been constructing for many years. We have the construction of those in Lithuania. We still have some gaps in multi-rotary units that can be used at night time. We have Ukraine has repair and maintenance units, something which we need, but this is also operating undercover, which is being masked by civilians. But we still see the lack of funding here. We have radars and we have all the views sent to a video wall, and every rifleman has all those apps installed and has a direct broadcast of the 10-kilometer view. And here we are quite effective. We have copied all those things from Ukraine, and we're very happy about that. But still, much more needs to be done and copied. But again, I repeat myself that we lack funding. We really need funding when we don't have the resources. Well, certainly we still have much to be done, but this cannot be done without any money. Well, certainly we are not pretending to be the army. We have the army in Lithuania, but it is very small. We are a real battle forces with different capabilities, purchasing all the resources, all the equipment available, and we are stockpiling all the necessary reserves. When the war begins, we feel a strategic shock. We have two types of people. Some run away like cockroaches, and others enter into a fight mode. So we are responsible for saving the country for 3 days, installing control posts. And we lack people, especially in the regions. In the big cities, we do manage to form the riflemen's units, but we lack human resources in the regions. Therefore, we have to move to robotics, to automatization, rapid response teams, because we lack human resources. And we have copied the structural framework from Ukraine too. We have 6 battalions and 4 command posts. And we are training on ensuring martial law, and we are learning here from Ukraine again. And actually, we have very different members in our Riflemen's Union. Some of them are quite elderly, some of them have some vision impairments, and we understand that not all of them can act in active service. Therefore, we have different teams that are responsible for different areas, for example, active engagement, technological solutions. We have night vision possibilities, minefield reconnaissance techniques. We are quite good in the medical area. We had a conference on that. We have 5 stabilization centers currently, and we want to increase this number to 20. And we travel throughout Ukraine, and we learn from Ukraine and see how they install their stabilization centers. We have large medical teams that can operate in any facilities or in any space. We also have a young riflemen's unit of youngsters aged 11 to 18. It is important to know that we should have, and we have a compulsory military and civil defense course. I believe that we need to foster patriotic people from the age of the kindergarten. We also have units formed from the diaspora. In 2004, as we joined the European Union and NATO, we had a great emigration wave from Lithuania, and we have many people residing in many different countries, and we invite those people to join diaspora units of the Riflemen's Union. And we believe that their help would be really very helpful in many areas in terms of raising resources, raising funds, raising technological measures. And the greatest problem that we face is lack of resources. I repeat myself here. I'm very glad to see many people from the technical sphere, and I believe that soon we'll reach 20,000 in our union, and this is a very good start. People tend to join us, and we continue to develop. If you have not joined us, you're welcome to do so. We still have some vacancies. We are planning to reach 50,000 by 2035. So if you're willing, you're welcome to join us on Monday. I'm waiting for your application on Monday. Thank you.
Tai nuo manęs labai ačiū ir tuo pačiu labai atsiprašau, nes aš.
Well, I would like to thank and apologize at the same time because I already got too much into it, and I would like to go back to the introduction of the moderator of this part, which I missed in the beginning, which is Justam, and she will continue with moderating this part. Thank you, Milda, and thank you, Colonel. We have a very simple question. You have invited everyone to join your ranks, but what would be the realistic expectation by the people once joining the ranks of your union? What will they do based on the Ukrainian examples? What will the young rifleman do? Or what will his tasks be? Or what will he have to survive and go through? That was a question, right? Well, quite recently we had to take part in joint training with the US troops. They had the Bradleys taken to Germany, contacted us and invited us to join them on the training. Our riflemen were equipped with their own gadgets and equipment, but they were 50 and above. I think 60 was the top age among our ranks. And then the Belgians also joined us to look how we operate in snowy conditions. They had drones already ready to launch. We had to dig trenches with lots of snow there. One of the Belgian troops approached us and said, well, if you continue with this, 70% of your in your ranks will be taken down within the first battle, while the rest will flee. So the rear support will not matter. So we had training for different types of specialties, because we don't try to pretend to be an actual army. We're just trying to make sure that we're able to provide support and assistance to the people, expecting that we will receive the support from the rear, from our allies. In the meantime, we expect to undergo the necessary training to be as equals as our professional army. But sacrifice. That's all that is going to take, and I cannot promise those that will join our ranks that all of them will return home. I see. Well then, let's move on. Our next speaker will be General Martin Herem, who will be speaking with us online. He's the former commander of the Estonian Defense Forces, and he will speak on the Baltic security. So please, the floor is yours.
Laba diena, dobro dня. Good afternoon. I think you just asked me to start to talk, as much I understand Lithuanian. Thank you. First of all, thank you for giving me the chance to share my understanding about Ukrainian and particularly Kherson lessons. We in Estonia, in Lithuania, in West, must take into account. I have spent some time in Ukraine after I retired, so almost 2 years. My focus has been on air defense, but I have also seen how local governments are working, especially in Kherson Oblast, and how different part of state or society functioning. So, and this is something I would like to share. I will cover just some examples. I'm not going to details, to numbers, because people from Ukraine and people from Kherson are much better than this. I consider my task is currently to bring attention to certain areas of threat and solutions. But I have to start with philosophy. I think the main lesson for us from Ukraine and from Kherson is one sentence, and that's: war is also a form of life. It may sound a bit rude, but that says a lot. I heard this idea first time in October 25 in one conference in Tartu, and it was said by one representative of Kherson. And I think we must implant this idea in our countries and societies. The idea that the war is also a form of life. Because living next to Russia means at one point in near future, and it's quite likely that we have to choose between our values and peace. Because what Russia offers us is it's always something where we have to give away something. So whenever we decide to choose a peace offered by Russia, for example, we have to give away something. So every time we decide for our values, we take a risk of a Russian military invasion. And that's actually what we see today exactly. Everything what Russia proposing for Ukraine is actually giving away some values. It's not just a territory, it's dignity. So I think we have to be ready for that. And going back to this sentence, the war is also a form of life. Today in our, let's say, Western society, our people often think that in war everything ends. Infrastructure is destroyed, energy disappears, business ends, schools and healthcare stop, and people will leave a country definitely from these areas where the fighting is going on. And there is nothing to do. And I think that's not correct. And also we talk about the drones. We talk a lot about the drones, but I think we do not learn from Ukraine. And the Kherson proves that it's actually not all true. So first, just one example about drones. I have kept my attention to all possible statistics, what is available, and we know that the Kherson region is attacked every week with about 2,100 drones. I mean the small ones, the FPVs or the loitering. I'm not talking about the Keran or Shahed type of drones. About half of them, that is more than 2,000, they are aimed to the city of Kherson. So that means about 300 drones daily and about 150 target to the city. So, by the way, all the front line in Kherson region is about 250 kilometers. So you can do your own calculations. How many drones per day to one average kilometer? But the statistics shows that over 90% of these drones are destroyed before they are reaching to the target. So I think we talk just about the drone number, but we do not see what Ukrainians are doing against this and how successful they are actually against drones. So to achieve this result, the military, together with local government, they have developed and installed hundreds of sensors and electronic effectors. And the sensor network is connected to one situation awareness information system, which enables drone defense and civilian response to achieve these results. So in Kherson region, there are dozens of mobile drone defense teams with guns and with electronic warfare devices. And again, I'm not talking about mobile teams against Kerans or Shahed type of drones. No, against these small ones. And these people in these teams, they are not of the military. They're coming from other institutions as well, at least from, or for example, from police. And these actions are coordinated and often funded on the grounds that is not clear for us. And I'm coming back to this later, but it is combination of agencies, volunteers, local government, military, and others. And it works. So for us, we are looking for kind of regulation or something. It seems a bit of magic always. And then just one example, if you ask what is the role of local government, for example, they are buying smooth barrel weapons, what are used by military later. And how it is regulated, I suggest go to Kherson and ask these people. So I know in my country, in other countries, we are talking, we are analyzing, we are debating, we are thinking about drone threat. And at the same time, people in Kherson, they destroy more than 90% of those drones. And here, I think it is worth mentioning the anti-drone nets, basically the fishing nets. 2 years ago, even Ukrainians were a little bit laughing about Russians who did it. Now there are nets everywhere. When you enter to the Kherson city, then I think there is approximately 15-kilometer net corridor or tunnel protecting you against drones. And to be honest, I've seen it elsewhere too. And if you are entering this tunnel, to be honest, it's very safe feeling after being under open sky. So again, my bit criticizing question is how much we have planned or calculated the need of different nets in our countries and where we're going to use and how we're going to use. It seems very easy, but do we know how much resources we need for that? And one more thing, it's very, very small part. But I was really surprised, but it's very logical also, that in these regions, also in Kherson, they have changed some regulations of traffic, for example. The seat belt requirements and speed limits, they're cancelled. They are changed or cancelled, and that actually also helps to save in a situation of the drone threat. But it is not just cancelling the regulations. It is also organizing it, implementing it so that it gives a benefit, not just already, I don't know, rather than harming the situation. So moving away from the military experience, the electricity. And this is really something we have to learn from Ukraine, especially from Kherson. So without electricity, military cannot operate. Again, if we see what's happening in Kherson, there are very, very good examples. How they create engineering fortifications in substations, for example. And yet you can say one Iskander and the substation is gone. Yeah, that's almost right, but that makes much more difficult for Russians to destroy the power lines. And then even they hit it, it's easier to repair later. And they really give a very, very good examples with even good statistics. And of course, you cannot solve everything with centralized system. Sooner or later, the Russians, the enemy, attack will breach defense and they cut the energy distribution. Then you need to have reserve system, the generators, power plant. What have to be the volume of these generators? I think quite often we do not have any understanding how they are connected to our houses, how much they need a fuel, or how to maintain them, how many teams who are going to repair the substations, how many we need them, how many spare parts we need, what these people need to move very quickly, how to defend their work by military during basically battle. There are a lot of things what we need to learn, but the best thing is to go there and to actually learn on a place. The healthcare is topic. I was in July in Kherson, and I was surprised that just 3 kilometers or even less from front line, there is a maternity hospital still operating. Children are, they born there during the war, 3 kilometers from the front line. I know this maternity hospital was attacked in July, and recently, I think in December or November, very, very heavily. And it's not by drone, it's by heavy artillery. But the people still are working there. I'm not mentioning all the healthcare. I know in Kherson region, the health services for civilians continue to provide in virtually all peacetime areas. Even heart surgeries are still done there. And of course, how they use the telemedicine is really lesson for us. And by the way, I know that Estonia, among others, they support Ukraine to develop their healthcare service. And I think Estonia even took the leading role. Yet, in the end of this month, I will travel to Kherson region with some Estonian hospital directors to learn how they provide healthcare, how they operate in the wartime. So, to be honest, we have no idea what to do with our hospitals in wartime. Continuing with very, very soft, seems very soft, but extremely important topic is for social resilience is education. I don't know today how it goes in higher education, but I have visited in Ukraine the general education schools or secondary schools, which are functioning. So, how we teach children in a wartime, because it is necessary. It's not just teaching, it's educating and caring about them and giving for parents time to do their job, for example. So I was really, really surprised in Kharkiv, in Kherson, driving on the streets, you know, in the cities which are under heavy fire or less heavy fire, and then step into the school, which is not like a war anymore. It's colorful, it's bright. I have to say it's happy environment. How to create the education in war the way that children still feel safe. Even I saw how they've been introduced explosive devices and landmines. And there was no scare, that was education, understanding, and to be honest, very, very safe feeling. So if I explain this to Estonian school directors, they just think that I'm just, it's my fantasy. But it's really surprising picture and we should learn from it. So almost the last thing is evacuation. And we talk in Estonia, obviously also in Lithuania, about evacuation on a very technical level or technical sense. We talk about the mass evacuation from combat zone, but have we considered a very simple thing, which is local evacuation? The situation where some families have lost their homes because of artillery strikes, and where we send them, because you cannot send them to other part of Lithuania or Estonia. They have role in your region. So because if you send them away, he or she may be a teacher or whatever worker, you need them in this area. Or even more difficult problem, what to do with people who do not want to be evacuated? How to operate in the area where you still have a people with military forces not harming them? And who is taking the decision that you will force them to evacuate? And then one very, very moral dilemma, what I also saw in Kherson, what to do with people who are in the nursing homes, basically whose situation is stay in horizontal position with all kind of, I don't know, equipment connected to him. How to move them? Or maybe we should leave them there and give them support and care as much as possible. How to do it so it is answering to our moral standard. Really something that opened my eyes, to be honest. So these were just a few examples from Kherson. And I know that we must learn from there, and I know that people in Kherson are ready to teach us. The question is that, are we planning this? Are we do the calculations today? I think it is not necessary today to fill the concrete and to dig our schools underground or hospitals. But we have to do the calculations. We must know what we do if the threat is coming closer. And one more thing, it's even funny example, and it's coming from Kherson, but also from other regions. People have asked me to ask from Ukrainians, how is responsibility regulated and organized between different state institutions? Which law governs it? How it is organized? Who leads one activity or another? And I always ask, because every time I ask, Ukrainians are smiling, because their answer is something like, the situation and need organized cooperation. Do not debate who should lead, but evaluate who can act and make an action plan out of it. And this is something which is very, very hard to take over in our peacetime bureaucracy. But I would say that's a first step. Bring the institutions together, give them situation, and let them to solve it. Do not try to regulate by law or regulations. So, to conclude my speech, I say again, the war is also a form of life. And living next to Russia makes war more possible than impossible. And if you consider the possibility of any serious illness and you prepare for it, then I would say it is not reasonable to ignore the possibility of war. We must prepare for it because that's the only way we can prevent it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One
Dėkoju.
progress towards civil resilience. On the scale from 1 to 5.
Well, 1 to 5, 3 minus. 3 minus. But it is, I have to explain it. It's understandable. Ask Ukrainians how well they were prepared. Even they saw what is behind their border in January. They did a lot of things, but not enough. And it's never enough. But psychologically, it is understandable. We will postpone all these things because today we have many other more important areas to spend the money and attention. But there must be somebody who should push. And usually these are or officials in military, in local government, or politicians. But they are human too. So 3 minus, I would say. A lot of things to do.
Thank you. Toliau mes turime.
And now we have Senior Lieutenant Mykola Stavitsky, commander of the Unmanned Systems Battalion. He will speak about electronic warfare and drones, practical lessons in survival and effectiveness from the front line.
В першу чергу хочу подякувати.
Good afternoon, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank, on behalf of the 34th Separate Coastal Defense Brigade, and also on behalf of every resident of Kherson who is suffering the ongoing genocide. I would also like to thank the volunteers from Lithuania, Milda, Roman, and many other people of Lithuania who help us a lot in our fight in Kherson. I'm speaking about Kherson in particular now. They support us in our fight. They support our drone systems and many other elements that are necessary for the drones to fly and kill. This is a huge support. We're very grateful for that. I also want to thank the Lithuanian authorities and the people of Lithuania. I'm in Lithuania for the first time, but I feel like home because I always hear sayings, glory to Ukraine. I see Lithuanian and Ukrainian flags hoisted together, and it is important for me as a military service person Unfortunately, now Ukrainian troops have to fight for the entire democratic world, and others follow that and tap us on our shoulder, but we don't see any actions taken. Suddenly, there is some support or help. I've got some positive messages from the defense conference in Munich. I've talked to German generals, politicians, NATO officials, and I've noticed a positive tendency that today Germany is ready to upgrade its capabilities in order to ensure that they are adapted to the modern war which is waged in Ukraine now. This is a new historical period, a new historical era, where we see drone warfare, where the life of one service person is not that crucial. We can see that during the training when several FPV pilots were able to destroy huge units of NATO. So several drones costing 500 euros might destroy a lot of capacity. Now, infantry is very important as well. The motorcycle is also often used for bringing supplies, ammunition. And another point that Lithuania also has to consider is robotization and the robotization of ground capabilities, which are drones on the wheels that are very effective. These systems helps to save the lives of drivers who don't have to be engaged directly in bringing the ammunition or bringing the weapons. It also helps to evacuate the injured from the war zone. We can see a very positive dynamics when robotic complexes have been on the increase in the military of Ukraine. I invite the entire world to follow suit. Kherson is unique in its war experience. As we know, Vilnius is not very far away from the border with a neighbor, only 40 kilometers away from the border. Kherson today is the most dangerous zone, the most dangerous place. It is populated an ordinary city similar to any other city in Lithuania, Germany, or the USA. But this city is being on a daily attack. We're speaking about drones, but this city is under constant attack of shelling. We have 2 or 3 shellings by Grad on a daily basis. So while we were in Munich, we came to Lithuania the day before yesterday, and we learned about the shelling by Smerch. And the target is civilian districts where ordinary people live. This is the regional center, but for Russians, this is another target. They are proud of killing the population of Kherson, and then they boast about their achievements. They boast about destroying public transport, buses. They kill civilians, drivers cold-heartedly. On the central street, and they boast about it, saying that they have destroyed dual-use vehicle. We realize that fighting by unmanned vehicles and robotic complex systems is the most modern way that we use very widely. I have met the commander of the Lithuanian Riflemen's Union, and I understand that this is very relevant to Lithuania as well. I've met several servicemen, and they explained to me that drones are mostly forbidden in Lithuania. If you continue with this, well, you have to understand that your country is under constant surveillance by the adversary, and if the adversary discovers that drones are forbidden, that flying drones are forbidden in your country, this might result in some provocation. If you want peace, you have to prepare for war. Therefore, Lithuanian government needs to reform its armed forces at a speedier pace, and the nation could join in and help the national authorities with this initiative. Unmanned vehicle systems are being developed in Ukraine, and specifically in Kherson, we actually cause a lot of damage to our adversary. But for that, we need to sustain the battalion. We have 4 battalions. One of them is drone battalion. We have air surveillance, FPV units. Hard aircraft was also not discussed today. This is very costly. Luckily, in Ukraine, we have a very well-developed model, particularly in the Kherson region. The most expensive public procurements are supported by regional administration and municipalities. One drone might cost $20,000, and we might need 30 or 20 drones costing this amount. Some drones might be instantly destroyed, and some might serve for several months. So these are the resources that can be easily depleted. Therefore, we would find it very difficult without local support and funding. Certainly, the Ministry of Defense equips us with all necessary resources, in addition to charity funds. Voluntary organizations, foreign organizations, also play an important role here as an important element. While the Lithuanian partners and friends are leaders in this area, we also have partners and friends from other countries. Voluntary funds, no matter how numerous, they are, could not support us with all the necessary equipment we need. We need to buy drones, we need to buy the other necessary equipment, 3D printers that work 24/7. And we have massive production of elements for drones. Elements to ensure that drones are effective in carrying out their tasks. We have many elements that are being purchased by our volunteers, which are either purchased or sent to us. Therefore, in Lithuania, I believe you should also learn this important co-funding element, a co-funding between the public authorities in cooperation with volunteers and funds. Even if the administration is ready to purchase the elements necessary, unfortunately, this might be very slow. This purchase might be very slow due to some bureaucratic reasons, and we need this equipment right now without any delay. So different organizations help us to overcome the bureaucracy and be more flexible. Therefore, an important issue here for your authorities and for your society is to review and change the attitude towards this war, to lift the prohibition of flying drones so that people can learn to fly drones and use those. I bought my first large drone Phantom in 2021. I understood then that future war is a drone war. I flew my drone for the first time. And we were very much surprised to see the enemies building trenches, making rotations, and making provisions. And since then, in Ukraine, we have started developing unmanned vehicle systems as a separate area of activity. When the war began, we formed our team from scratch. Therefore, we needed strong drone units from -1 position. In 2023, during the counter-strike, we had 4 to 5 pilots flying one drone. These were simple, ordinary people that still had some capabilities or some experience. They would make mistakes, both in assembly lines and in procurements. In order to send or to fly a reconnaissance drone, we need huge amounts of money. For example, a drone Mavic, and flying this drone and ensuring that it is engaged in surveillance, we need $15,000. We've covered a very long road. We have gained experience. We have developed in our human resources and their skills. I want to invite military personnel, Riflemen's Union, and all volunteers to review your attitude and position. You should also consider drones with the possibility of vertical drop. Certainly, certain targets can be achieved, but this would be only chasing your enemy in the forest. Therefore, it is important to have the possibility of destruction. And this needs to be stressed in your army. Mining efforts should also be considered in the spaces where possible adversarial actions can be foreseen. Now, it is time when it's not Ukraine which is asking for assistance. I've heard this during the conference in Munich. We have actually developed as a country which is the donor of assistance rather than the beneficiary of assistance. We are very helpful in building the understanding of the modern warfare, and we can be of help in building a modern, strong army. Now we are seen as an army that can teach other armies and train other armies. Things that seem simple and natural for us, based on our experience from Donbass, one of the drones can turn around, see a vehicle we had 150 motorcycles, and we were all, well, people were very surprised during the conference in Munich. We need to have the swarms of drones with several dozens of drones lifted in the skies to carry out their tasks. And we have reached the level where today we can and want to help your country to train your people, to invite your troops to our military bases for training. The Lithuanian Riflemen's Union is not officially part of the Lithuanian army. They can act as volunteers in our country. We have a lot of them who are very happy in their everyday efforts. So Lithuania can send its own volunteers on a temporary basis or in training fields. You can come to our labs and see the assembly lines or the use of this equipment on the battlefield. Only practice can be helpful in understanding the real warfare, and Ukraine can really provide you with that. Therefore, the Lithuanian authorities could act as a locomotive which takes the decisions. The weaker you are, the bigger the willingness is of the enemy to attack you, because the chauvinist ideology and willingness to restore the empire and to occupy the countries that had been lost is a great dream. They have a dream of driving the tanks through the countries that were once part of the Russian Empire. But we know how to resist it, and therefore we thank you, our friends, because your assistance and support is very helpful for us. Until we fight, we help to deplete Russia's resources to potentially attack you. We have never imagined that such a warfare could be waged in the 21st century, but one morning we woke up and we realized the reality. We all had our own lives and our own engagements and responsibilities, but one day everything changed and our life was destroyed. We live in warfare and in war now. On a daily basis, we experience and suffer the deaths of our friends, but we also manage to destroy the capabilities of our enemies. So this is the reality that we live in. We don't want you to repeat the same experience when a state which is unprepared is being attacked. Well, we all had doubts that something would happen, but things happened. But we managed to survive and became stronger, and our feedback can serve as a lesson to you. So once again, I would like to thank our friends from Lithuania and say that we are open for dialogue, open for training from training of Lithuanian troops. We are ready to contribute to strengthening European resilience and defense. We can learn things from you as well. I think that we can mutually learn from each other. This is a reciprocal direction in order to avoid the previous mistakes. Glory to Ukraine, glory to Lithuania. Thank you.
Ačiū tamsta. Pabandykim sutilpti į laiką ir klausimą.
Thank you very much. Let's try and manage with our time and leave the questions till for the coffee break. And last but not least, Senior Lieutenant Kirill Yushchisyn, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. So Kirill is going to tell us about the drones and how they're changing the rules of warfare.
Колись, здається, Вінстон Черчилль сказав, що будь-яка війна починається.
Once upon a time, I believe it was Winston Churchill that said that warfare begins from professional soldiers, but it ends when ordinary people, such as lawyers, teachers, and others, become soldiers in war. The same happened to me in 2022. I was a civilian. I was a film director by education. We were working at the time in our own workshops, making sure that our last performance would be the most memorable one. So, drawing from that, I would like to change the atmosphere of this conference, be brief, and tell you and share with you a few ideas of mine. If you have any questions regarding drones, Russian drones, how they're functioning, I am competent to answer the most difficult questions on the topic. So if you have any questions like these, we will have a chance to have a real-life debate on that, and I will try to be professional in answering any of your questions. And as for the main ideas of mine that I wanted to share with you, our enemy is currently taking leaps forward in the sense that their drones, from the smallest ones to the largest ones, have to be functioning from the onset of the launch of war until it reaches its target. The drone may travel up to 280 kilometers. It is being controlled from distance. The new tactics that is being resorted to by our enemy is meant to ensure precision in drone targeting. And this is something that you must also be ready as well in the event that war comes to your door as well. This is something that is difficult to control because you have to think of the ways to resist the enemy and prevent the enemy from building its own communication networks, enabling the control of the drones from a distance. So, broadband connection is very important, and you have to be able to prevent the enemy from making use of your infrastructure, so that you also prevent the enemy from hitting your territory. So please take note of this. Another thing that I wanted to say is I would like to express my deepest gratitude to your soldiers. A few years ago, I've taken part in a similar conference, and we also took part in the training led by the Riflemen's Union. We had a chance to speak about some of the deficiencies existing in Lithuania, and they were able to respond within just 2 to 3 months quite quickly. Fixing the errors that we have observed. So my deepest respect to you. This was not the purpose but our meeting, but that was one of the results of it. So it was really meaningful, and hopefully something like that will happen out of this conference as well. I cannot be very detailed about the technology, but I would like to assure you, and together with Mr. Idzelis, we had a very interesting discussion on the latest technologies and on Lithuania's technological assistance. And I believe we will have a couple of very interesting projects that will be very efficient, surprising thus our enemy. So if you have any questions regarding drones, so I would be happy if you just simply gave me questions. Okay, thank you. Then a question of mine. When we start developing and working within a drone unit, what fails the first? Training, management, control, or coordination? Which line falls the first?
Перше – це навченість. Це те, щоб люди знали, що вони...
We should start from training. People must be aware of their tasks. Even with very few resources, something can be done. But if there's a lack of training and education, no matter how many resources you will provide, that will not help. Good, well-trained people will result in some very good statistics. If you're well-trained, you will be able to perform your tasks well. So the first thing you should do is train your people and motivate them for training. This is something that is very important. And as a state, you have a chance to provide that motivation to young people. You can do that through gamification, through marketing, creating a model that would engage young people, thus training them through it. Warfare can be conducted with a single drone. My first drone, it perished after 3 years, because that's how long it lasted, because of the experience I had. Thank you very much, and now over to Milda.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have much time. We have to condense our conference. I believe that we can make several different events out of this, which are relevant to respective experts. Anatoly also has a token of appreciation for Juste. So this is not the end still.
Kaip ir paskutinė dalis.
Well, The last part is concluding remarks, saying thanks to the organizers, the Speaker of the Seimos, members of the European Parliament, representatives of the NGOs, our guests from Ukraine, for being open, for being willing to help us and helping us in avoiding their own mistakes. I thank also the staff of the Office of the Parliament, Mr. Olekas' team, the Speaker of the Seimos, and the interpreters. It's not that easy to work with the NGOs. We're not people who are efficient and working on time or reacting fast. So I thank them for working with us. My special thanks goes to Saulius and Aldona. I got a message that the interpreters should be awarded with a medal, which means that their work is excellent.
Ir toliau ačiū Memorabilis.
I thank the volunteers from the Memorabilis organization who contributed to the organization of this conference and the reception of the delegations, and who contribute on a daily basis with collecting the charity and engaging in other activities as well. So thank you all who were together with us today. If this conference was not interesting at all to anybody, we would see no changes in Lithuania. Hopefully we'll be able to be prepared in the manner that is deterrent to any enemy. I would like to thank personally, and I'd like to thank Darivka Gromada, support Dalia Gradeckiene, who supports Ukraine with the help of different organizations, not only in cooperation with Paulius Saudargas, member of the European Parliament. She devotes her free time to additional voluntary efforts. We are very grateful to her for this, so we would like to present a token of appreciation to her as well.
O dabar yra dar kavos.
And now we still have some coffee and some snacks, so you can take your time and enjoy coffee and snacks.